All right, I'm going to call to order the Hancock County Commissioners meeting for November 5th, 2024.
I'm going to move to adopt the agenda as published.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right, do we have any public comment? Yep, looks like we have one individual. Can't.
Commissioner.
Hi, is that me?
It's. Hello.
Hello, how are you? Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name's Dan Black. I'm an affordable housing developer. I primarily work with nonprofits and nonprofits across the state to build affordable housing and community facilities. I am speaking before you today to inquire about the status of the balance of the ARPA funds. And I know they need to be obligated by the end of this year. I'm speaking in favor of using ARPA funds to build workforce housing. The commissioners have made an effort to spend funds in a way to reduce the tax burden on county residents, which I appreciate. Another way to do that is by growing the base, and that takes additional housing opportunities for folks in the community. And I think using ARPA funds to support those projects is important. Specifically, as some of you may know, I'm a developer who's proposing 36 units of workforce housing. These units will be owner occupied and used as primary residences. They'll go to teachers, service workers, policemen, to others who live and work in the community. We are essentially shovel ready and would like to break ground in 2025. I'm happy to tell you more about our project if you like, but I hope you'll consider using a portion of the ARPA funds to assist in the construction of workforce housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that has any other public comment today? Okay. All right. So that's our end of our public comment. Now you're going to move on to our minutes.
Move to approve the minutes of the October 22nd Commissioner Special Meeting as presented.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right, we've got our unorganized territories. Miller?
I see no.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Do you have anything to add to your monthly report?
No, sir.
Move to accept and file the UT monthly report as presented.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right, we have our memorandum of understanding for Eagle Island. Do you have anything to add to it?
Nothing to add to it other than Mr. Ginners reviewed it and accepted it at face value.
Anything else?
No? Okay. So I'm going to move to approve the memorandum of understanding between Hancock County and Eagle Island Association as presented.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right, we have a transfer sheet for.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm going to move to approve the transfer sheet for the amount of $31,500 from the UT Fire Suppression Reserve account G05-3403-00 to the UT Fire Suppression Expense account E60-30-30-0500.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right, and
Commissioners,
a new contract.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
what I would do is this morning I will put that money into Trio, but I would ask Monica not to issue the check until we get the signed memorandum of understanding back from Eagle Island Association. Once we get the signed memorandum back, then she can go ahead and process the check.
Yeah, it wouldn't happen for another week or so.
Couple of-
Yeah,
Good, yep.
Sounds good. All right, we have a new ACO contract. Do you have anything to say about it, Miller?
No, I'm glad to see more towns are joining.
Yeah. So I'm going to move to approve the 2024 Regional Animal Control Agreement between the town of Blue Hill and Hancock County as presented.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm gonna move to approve the 2024 Regional ACO MOU between the town of Blue Hill and Hancock County as presented.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Anything else, Miller? You all set?
That's all I've got. But I know that Mike has something else in the, further on in the agenda under the
Oh, yeah.
administrator's report on very dangerous buildings.
So
Yeah.
can I ask a real quick question
Yeah.
about that too? So Miller, have you heard from this individual? Have they contacted you as well? Because she didn't return my call, but. So
I've not heard from anyone from LUPC. I have heard from a lady in Fletcher's Landing complaining about the dangerous building, and I referred them to LUPC because they're the ones that do the permitting for the unorganized territory. But now they're trying to pass the buck back onto the county.
pass it back and forth. So, and I don't have any additional information, so I don't have a lot to share today because I thought the lady seemed to be real urgent and wanting to get back to us about it. So I assumed that she'd get back to us before today's meeting, but I haven't heard a word, so.
No.
Okay. So I don't have a lot to add to that, if that's the only reason you were staying on, I guess, at this point, till we.
And I don't know how much of this is a neighbor feud.
Probably most of it.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
I have one more thing while we have Miller. So the MOU that we have in our hands still says draft on it. So we don't have a copy for the commissioners to sign.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I'll do a clean copy.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, are we gonna discuss the dangerous building more later, or is it nothing to discuss?
So, I mean, there's not much more to discuss at this point. That's why I kind of wanted to catch him right now because I hadn't heard anything else from this lady. I mean, I'll try to reach out to her again from the LUPC, trying to dump it back in the commissioner's lap. But, I mean, I don't have a name. I mean, Miller has more than I have at this point.
Well, Miller, excuse me, you're saying that dangerous buildings fall under the permitting process?
Well, in a municipality, it would fall under the code enforcement officer who issues permits to investigate a dangerous building. So that's where I thought the LUPC, who issues permits, would investigate the dangerous building. But according to state statute and according to the LUPC, they don't do anything with dangerous building. It all falls back on the county commissioners.
Did you find that in statute, or is that just what?
In statute, yes.
It says,
It's in Title 17 under nuisances, and there's quite a section on dangerous buildings.
but what I'm saying is that have you found in statute where LUPC is not responsible for dangerous buildings, and it is the,
It strictly says county commissioners. The municipal officers in the case of a municipality, or the county commissioners in the case of unorganized or deorganized areas of the county.
for dangerous buildings?
Yes,
So why not wanting to discuss this right now? Why aren't we proceeding with this?
We don't have an
I
official
don't even have
plan.
a complaint, yeah.
well, who are the county commissioners gonna authorize to investigate it? Because we don't have a code enforcement officer. Is this something you're gonna, excuse me, assign the sheriff to investigate?
Okay,
That's what we'll be talking.
I guess we are gonna discuss this later, Miller. Okay. All right.
But we don't even
I
have
don't
a
have a
complaint.
complaint, so we don't have anybody to
I
assign.
don't know if that's the case. I mean, when you say we don't, somebody has commented to us that there is a dangerous building existing and it'd almost be remiss if we didn't at least check in to see if that was a valid concern.
Don't we need, so like, how did the complaint come to us?
So there was a lady from the LUPC because she had been referred, the person that made the initial complaint had been referred back to the LUPC. The LUPC, the lady representative for them, contacted me Apparently, tried to talk to Millard as well. I don't know if that's the same person that he talked to or not, but. So I called her back and left a message, and that was last week, and I haven't heard anything from her, so I don't know. I know what town it's in, but I don't know property address. I don't have anything else other than the LUPC member or representative member who's trying to get back to us.
I don't know how much there's to discuss if we need to know an address.
If something goes south with that dangerous building,
Well, there's no written, there's no
I'm
written
just saying,
request.
can we defend the fact that we didn't proceed with this if something goes south with that dangerous building?
I put it on the agenda. I don't have any other information to give you. I mean, that's all I can tell you. I mean, if you want us to investigate or explore after we have an actual complaint to respond to, then, but I mean, we don't even have a complaint in our hands.
We know somewhere, somebody.
I can contact the LUPC and find out if they have a number for the person who
I
has a
think legal,
complaint or an address for the dangerous building.
we're gonna discuss this later, and we'll let you know whether or not we want you to proceed with this, okay?
Okay.
All right, we're on to the airport, I believe.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hello? Do you have anything to add to your monthly report?
Nope.
So I'm gonna move to accept the airport monthly report is presented.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, hangers.
So just a brief discussion. I've had two, maybe three people in the last month and a half want to put up a hangars. We have some spots that we can do that too, but they're not really. There's no description to them, and in previous administration never really had any real good descriptions to any of the hangar lots. So I think moving forward, we should at least get meets and bounds on a couple of lots to move that forward.
I can do some-
Go
do
ahead.
some-
And then that dovetails onto a taxi lane question, whereas we have 8 lots on the airport master plan, and it's all part of this road that we're gonna reconstruct, and it may be worthwhile to look into the cost of turning that road back into a taxi lane, and that would open us up with some more hangar lots in the future. The caveat is the FAA won't fund it unless there is 2 committed tenants. So
Is that taxi by Delta?
Echo off of Delta. Yeah, Echo. It's coming out of the lower parking lot it's that road coming out of the lower parking lot. And for you, Paul, it would be where Bud used to park his airplane.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
That D is not Delta, that's where I got screwed up.
Yeah.
So in other words, there's not been a subdivision of lots to accommodate hangars like there has been on Charlie.
Correct. And there's a lot between the ARF building and the Columbia storage building on Alpha.
Yeah.
So that would be one lot we can look at right now as getting a good description of. And then there's another lot that's on the corner of Echo. If you look where those 2 hangars are now, it'd be on the opposite side from that. I'm just trying to come up with a strategy and a plan, what kind of direction we really want to go. I would like to see a development of those eight lots, but it's going to cost some infrastructure money.
I'm not really understanding this, 2 committed leasees. if you could put them on that roadway that the FAA requires for funding, I would think that's what you'd want to do first, and get funding, from the FAA to complete that road. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. It does, and it comes back to, part of it is we need to have some description of some lots. That's really step A. And it's, both of these people would prefer to be somewhere else. But possibly we could convince them to go up in that area. And then that would fund that area.
To me, we have an underutilized asset. And we're having, if there was more activity here, maybe we would have, maintenance and, sort of like we did 20 years ago. So, and really, we've got nothing to talk to tenants about unless we have something to lease them. The problem is we don't have anything to lease them because it's not been subdivided. So to me, we gotta find some way to get that going. I mean, that's revenue. That's a huge asset the county has that we need to keep viable.
Right.
So,
And we, and the caveat to those 8 lots is there's a few of them that are gonna probably be non-viable because of wetlands, or at least very expensive, but there's either probably 2, maybe even 4 that should be okay. That aren't impinging terribly on wetlands.
So you're gonna move forward to start off by getting the surveys done, correct?
I think that is the correct approach, is get some surveys done. And I'm almost thinking if we do those as individual lots, survey them as individuals, then we'll know how much each lot costs us to move forward.
yeah,
If that makes any sense.
well, why wouldn't we survey all the ones that you've identified?
I think we would. That, I'm getting at is we would survey all of those, but we would do them as individuals.
Lots,
Yeah.
So we can
Please.
know how much funding it costs us to make that lot. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Maybe explaining it a little messed up, but
And to Commissioner Clark's point about, maybe trying to work out,
trying to lean those, try to lean those people
yeah.
to those first 2 lots.
That'd
Yeah,
be part of, a favorable agreement to assist in the development, you know what I mean?
yeah.
so,
Um,
so that one on Caruso Drive, that first one on the left, that's a big lot.
That's a big lot.
That should definitely be done,
I agree. There's 3 right now with access that we could have. And yes, that big one should be done. Just, that one has constantly been a question. There's been a couple of people over the years. That was, Brad had separated that lot out with a corporate operator that's in and out of here a lot. They was going to do something, they kind of backed away, but there's been other people that's asked about it. So, step 1 is we got to have lots that somebody can go, okay, here's 4 stakes, here's what I can have,
Yeah.
So
All right.
it was just a discussion. That's all.
No, I'd like to see a way to move this forward.
Okay, I'll continue to charge forward.
all right,
That's all I got.
thank you. All right, we've got our EMA monthly report. Structure.
Move on.
Oh, wait, Andy is here. Andy? Andy, can you hear us?
I see it. Raise your hand if you can hear us. Yeah, so he can hear us,
Oh, there, okay.
but we can't hear him.
There we go. There you go. Hey, Andy, do you have anything to add about the report?
No.
I'm gonna move to accept and file the MA monthly report as presented.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, thanks, Andy.
Thank you.
All right, jail discussion. Fun.
Just discussing the possibility of purchasing a van with Apple funds for transports. We have a 2018 and a 13,000 miles on it. I'd like to replace, we're gonna have to do it, we're gonna have to replace it next year. If we do it next year, it's gonna have to be in budget. I don't know if we can try to do it this year and try to use Apple funds.
How many vehicles, transport vehicles do you have?
Two. We have the 18, we have the one we purchased last year. Apple funds also. We'll have the same vehicle that we purchased, same value, same type of vehicle.
So the only thing that I feel like I saw is that you haven't really put it out to.
We have not. I just wonder if there's something I can do. I have an idea of what it's gonna cost. I did come down with the head on lots, it was up there last time we just did a sole source with them. And they have one up there. But the trade value hasn't been factored in yet. It's around $46,000. Just what's they have on the lot.
All right, do you gentlemen have any problem with them going out to bid?
No, I think that's what should be done.
All right, so we have our blessing to get bids.
Yeah, yeah, go through the process.
Yeah.
All right, you want me to? Thank you.
All right, sheriff's office.
Okay, perfect.
First up, we have a resignation.
Correct. Look for you guys to accept the resignation of Detective Frank Jennings effective October 31st.
I'm gonna move to accept the resignation of Detective Franklin Jennings, effective October 31st. Thank him for his service to Hancock County.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Now I've got cruiser bid stuff. All right.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
And the shot, like the faucet was freaky and there was a camera in the car.
Coastal electronics. All right, so this is from Coastal Electronics.
I want to say it was like
So this should be like the light packages and everything, right?
That's,
From Coastal.
yeah,
Electronics.
I believe so. Some of them had reached out, said they were gonna bid it one way or the other, but I don't know specifically.
Yeah,
I do believe Coastal did reach out and say that they were gonna bid solely for the outfit, I believe.
yeah, that's what it looks like. Their total is $110,205.90.
This would have been, actually September.
Well, just put it into the bidding process at that point.
Yeah, it was the approval for purchase 5 with the bids to go.
Oh, fine.
Yeah.
Because we've had 2 approved in June.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a private process.
Okay.
All right, this is from Whitmore Auto Group.
completely up to you, Commissioner, but if you'd like the assistance, I can probably come through it.
Two fully outfitted.
This is the 2 unmarked. That's gonna be the total price for the vehicle and outfit.
All right, 2 unmarked 2024 Tahoes fully outfitted, $141,580.70.
Total.
3 marked, 232,842.61. Think we've had anything from them before, have we?
Whitmore, we did. They submitted a bid last time.
Oh, okay.
I believe it was Whitmore and Cologne that submitted bids last time.
McGovern's. This is for the cost of Tahoes, fully outfitted and 3 marked, 2 unmarked. Let's see
It's just the specification.
unmarked. Stuff's expensive too.
So this would be per vehicle.
For the marked.
Per vehicle, yeah, I believe that one.
Yeah, the unmarked, yeah. Okay, so on the marked, we're looking at $74,296.90 per vehicle.
$96.96.
Sorry, $74,296.90. And on the unmarked per vehicle, we're looking at $66,991.90.
We're looking for 3 unmarked.
3 marks.
3 marked.
2 unmarked.
Right, this is from New England Vehicle Outfitters. So they're just doing the packages. Is that what you know? Let's see.
Yeah, so this would just be outfit. That's for just outfitting unmarked cruisers, so
okay.
this is for just outfitting the unmarked.
Okay.
cruisers.
So this is for outfitting the marked cruisers, $73,230 even. This one.
That's the mark.
Unmarked, yeah, that's the marked, for the unmarked cruisers, it would be $34,470.
Let's go.
But one of those maybe letters came out. Maybe one of those ones was in that, but it was sealed.
Actually, they did reach out to me yesterday saying that they were going to submit. Oh, I think it's because it's just not open.
Oh.
I was gonna say, they did say that they submitted that day. Yeah, they just put it really large.
All right. Let's see. Gotcha.
That's fire there.
So this is for
That's just for outfit.
outfitting.
So the mark.
All right. This is for Adamson Industries. And this is for outfitting the marked, it would be $77,985. And for the unmarked, it would be $33,990. This is from Island Tech Services. I'm just going to be, again,
So this looks like it would be.
that should be the marked.
Yeah, so this would be the, for outfit.
Yep.
The mark.
Okay, so I've got Island Tech Services for the unmarked as $32,587.70. And the marked as $68,342.61.
Line, some of the last time. we gave you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah.
We'll go on to maintenance for right now. Dennis, you got anything to add to your monthly report?
Not at this time.
Move to accept and file the maintenance monthly report as presented.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we have a new hire, it looks like. Yes.
Yes, we've had several, but no, this is a request to the striping. of the new pipe.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, just looked at it.
And I've got, a report, yes. New part-timer. Fully staffed for the first time since COVID.
Sounds good.
Yeah, very, very pleased.
All right.
We went 26 months running that, and he got 0 applicants. As you'll see, I'm requesting the hire of Newman's ground effects for the striping of the new pavement job. For a total cost of $22.39 to be paid from ARPA funds. Now, I realize this is under the threshold, but
because it's ARPA funds, I thought it'd be a great idea.
So, you had three
Prices, yeah.
prices. This is the highest one.
That's the middle one. Yeah, the line, finish line price, they initially sent me a price and they only quoted the upper lot.
Okay, so that's
They
why.
sent me an amended price, was at 4,000.
Okay, so,
And Mr. Newman is the only one that actually came to the site and measured it as well, so it was compelling.
yeah,
The others were done based on Google
Yeah.
estimates and so forth.
okay, so, you're recommending.
Yes,
Okay, so I'm gonna move to accept the estimate for Newman's grant effects for striping of the new pavement job at a cost of $2,239 to be paid from ARPA funds as recommended.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Just a second. Wait. Wilson's confused by their estimate. Yes. They had 1750 for total, then they have an estimate of about 2580. You know what that's all about?
That's like an invoice number. It's just the.
that's, yeah,
Estimate number,
yeah, it's just a file number.
are you concerned they didn't visit, why you didn't vote?
Yes. And, when I spoke to the guy, I got a verbal. And then, this price was much higher than that one. And I'm concerned David that wasn't here to see the lay of the land. You know, I see the project oh, well, I need to add this, I didn't know this, and so forth. Fear the unknown, basically. Further than that.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right.
Next you'll see the hot water system. We had there's a hatch, observation, maintenance hatch on the side of these tanks. It's located right next door, which was leaking. When we opened that up, for a repair, we noticed water got rolling down the crown sheet of this apparatus, which is a 620 gallon hot water tank. And upon climbing on top of it and looking at a huge rust scale piece under the insulation tore away. And this tank is cement lined, so it's not gonna burst, but this condition can't persist. We need to take swift action on this. So we've got mechanical services, and then this is the company that does all of our large scale maintenance, and the chiller pumps.
So is this is for the entire,
This is for the jail and courthouse.
Domestic hot water.
Yes,
This is not something that Michael, we're all right. This is not something that has to go out.
So I mean, again, he's stating that your argument is sole source.
yes, and this system is tied into our energy management system, which is also mechanical services. And this unit has 4 different reporting spots for temperature, pump switch on, off, and so forth, and it's connected to the winter summer function of our energy management. So
kind of time frame? Do you think?
he says within a couple of weeks, he can get some equipment here, which is pretty good.
I'm gonna move to accept the proposal and contract from Mechanical Services to replace the hot water system for a total cost of $65,646. With the work to be done by Mechanical Services, plus a 5% contingency.
The 65 includes the 5% contingency.
Does, okay. Which includes a 5% contingency with all to be paid from ARPA funds as recommended. Everybody clear what I just
You
did?
wanted to mention the sole source part?
Or
Did you?
no, I did not, but I should.
The base cost is the 62,520.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna. Okay, I'll start over. Move to accept a proposal and contract for mechanical services as a sole source to replace the hot water system for a total cost of $65,646. The work, with the work to be done by mechanical services, which includes a 5% contingency, with all to be paid from ARPA funds as recommended.
Second motion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, we've got our design team recommendations, but are we waiting on that till after our meeting later? Or we can- Okay, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, when you see my report, my reason, and, happily, discuss the issue of if there's a question, and of course, my proposal is for Lewis and Mom to include E.L. Shea and the team that you mentioned in this proposal.
So Lewis, the difference here is Lewis and Mom is the architect that has a team,
Yes,
where Nickerson O'Day is the team.
kind of, they named their architect would be Frost. And it did, and said all of the others would be found on an as-need basis. And also not in this report is the fact that Lewis and Charlie's team has the direct experience of being the draftsman for the project in Waldo. So they're very familiar with a lot of the components of Andy's project and have direct experience in developing those plans.
And my guess is that Andy's been involved in this recommendation. Okay, so I'm gonna move to designate Lewis and Mom as the design build team for the Emergency Operations Center project as recommended.
Second motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Thank you, gentlemen.
thank you.
Yeah, let's hope we get that number by the end of the year.
All right, RCC. What do you add, what do you need, what do you have to add to the offer?
Nothing there. Move to accept and file the RCC monthly report as presented.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, and so we've got an amended contract, or amended
I
contract.
reached out to ask them what should we do, whether it's basically canceling the current agreement with credit, making a new one, or they're right now, it's just an amendment to the current, and they would send that, if that's how you want to go. That was just to make sure that we weren't looking to pay.
Yeah.
2 or 3 years out, like we discussed last week, so that could be done. Anyhow, so they're willing to do that.
So Michael, you don't have any issues with, like, what's going on?
I mean, based on what I understand, they're gonna send you the amendment. The only question presumably is obviously that you pay that all up front, and
Yeah.
we don't really have an opinion yet, I guess, from them one way or the other on whether or not extending years beyond what you've done already is gonna be an issue for.
Okay.
Well, we won't know till we get that. Nothing to take action on
That's a
that.
big action right now.
No,
Okay.
I was just looking for direction, how you want to proceed. Just on this, you know.
Makes sense to me, Michael. Makes sense.
All right. Yes, thanks. All right. Hello.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm requesting approval to promote Caroline Turner to legal secretary, /paralegal at step 9D, 2247, effective October 26th. We did interviews with in-house applicants, and she was the one that we chose for the position for the legal secretary one paralegal. She currently is a legal secretary one at a 9B, and we'd like to move her up a couple of steps because there was only like a 60 cents difference between a 9B and a 9C. So we'd like to move her to 2247 and retro that back to October 26th.
Problems?
Questions on it? All right,
No problems. What,
HR.
HR,
In the back, HR in way back.
So what was the question?
this has been run through HR and there's no problem.
Yeah, I didn't have any problem.
Okay.
The market, we looked
So
at the
moved.
market.
Second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right,
My next request is approval to promote Rachel Hicks from, she was the legal secretary 3. I would like to promote her to the legal secretary 1 position. And she would be going from a 6A at $17.57 to the step 9A at $20.59, effective October 26, 2024.
I was fine with that too.
So moved.
It's good.
Second the motion.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're ready for IT.
Thank you for your time. Carter is working hard to move us away from this farcical, archaic method of meeting the Fed requirements for the state. We're trying to get in that direction currently of open job, the only responding to Mr. Carter's request. And that's to make it so that everything's electronic, everything's sealed, everything's possibly encrypted, so nothing happens until the person or the only people who have the key can unlock it. And then this way people will be able to do electronic things, to send it to the mail and waiting a couple of time. Mr. Jackson Davis, representative from OpenGov, if you'd be willing to indulge and give us give him some time to explain the system and talk about it.
First, I have a couple of questions. Is this something that's being used? Our peers using this
Yes.
system? And Michael, do you have experience with this?
I don't have any experience with it. Most of my knowledge at this point is based upon Chuck's conversation.
Yes, yeah, and that's one reason why we have Mr. Davis waiting for us, but some of the partners that they have are Hingham, Massachusetts, Lebanon, New Hampshire, and New Haven, Connecticut. These municipalities use this product to do that. Customers also in all Rosenberg, Texas, Groveland, Florida, and Lebanon, New Hampshire again. But these different entities are using this type of bidding process to meet the qualifications of having a sealed bid, but not having to wait for the mail or have people turn to you and say, no, we don't do that anymore.
Okay, but nobody in Maine.
I believe Mr. Davis will be able to answer that question, but to the best of my knowledge, I do not believe that I know of anyone.
We can go ahead and share our presentation if that would be helpful as well.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. First off, good morning, commissioners. Thank you for having us here. We're super excited. Banyan, thank you for the introduction. I don't have access to share my screen. We have a few slides prepared. Do you know how you guys have done that in the past?
I don't know.
Can you put it on?
I also emailed the slides to Chuck, if he's able to pull up the presentation.
Yeah, I think we have the slides in front of us. In our packets.
Yeah, they have the slides printed out, so they can just reference the slide information.
Okay, I believe those might have been the slides from our past conversation, but I can, let me see here. Steve, know if there's any way we can access these newer slides, or do you want me just to run through it?
Yeah, just, you can obviously walk them through it. Obviously, the county's gonna have to be able to give access to share, and if they can't, then we can talk them through it. That's perfectly fine.
Okay, perfect. So, once again, thank you all for being here, and thank you for the time. We appreciate this. So wanted to first off start it off, based on our conversations with Chuck, there were a few challenges that Hancock County was experiencing with their current bidding process. One of them mainly being that there was a lack of accessibility due to those mailing in the sealed bids. This was kind of limiting the vendors, the number of responses they would get per bid, ultimately decreasing the competitiveness of the pricing and just the competitiveness in the bidding overall. This was leading to some frustrations amongst the supplier base. A number of these IT suppliers mentioned that they would no longer mail in sealed bids. They wanted some form of electronic procurement. And obviously there is a need for a long-term partner that will help ensure some long-term efficiency and success. Some of the desired outcomes of a partner is to obviously increase the supplier base and engagement through a digital vendor portal, improve that vendor experience, ultimately bring more positive feedback there, and then streamlining the overall procurement process, resulting in hours of time saved per week in manual processes. One of them I wanted to highlight here is when the board got together for the approval of the different cruiser and cruiser outfit bids. That was all done physically, all done manually. That's something that would be streamlined and ultimately kind of expedite that process. Here at OpenGov, and I'm sure that if the old slides were there, this is in there as well. We are a full ERP cloud service. So we have a few different solutions that we work with. They all integrate together. The best part about this is that each of our solutions are built to be best in class standalone products as well. The four main parts of the procurement solution are solicitation development, supplier engagement, evaluations and awards, and contract management. Obviously, a big thing we hit on with Chuck was the supplier engagement side of things, but we'd be able to help the county in a number of areas on top of that. This is, I wanted to highlight a customer example. That's another county that we're working with out in Greenville County, South Carolina. We've seen a number of results with them in order to increase the solicitation development, 91% faster solicitation development, increased number of responses with their vendors, and ultimately improved staff and supplier and vendor satisfaction. So there, wanted to highlight that as well. We're gonna walk through a vendor portal and the vendor side of things so that you guys are able to see that if we are able to get access to the screen share there. But okay, and or we'll have Bill just talk through it. But a number of partners that we're working with across the country that are at the county level. We have a handful in New York with Ontario County, New York, Tompkins County, New York, a few in New Jersey as well, Ocean County, Middlesex County, Charles County in Maryland, Butler County in Pennsylvania, and obviously we have 50 plus county partners across the country for OpenGov procurement. Like Banyan was mentioning, we do have a handful of New England procurement partners as well. Just to list those off: Lebanon, New Hampshire, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Nantucket, Massachusetts, Hingham, Massachusetts, Provincetown, Massachusetts, New Haven, Connecticut, Shelton, Connecticut, Waterford, Connecticut, Bridgeport, Connecticut, Manchester, Connecticut, and New Milford, Connecticut. So those are just a handful of our partners just in the New England area that we've seen some success with. Ultimately to streamline the overall bid process and give more time back to the county and ultimately bring that competitive pricing through a higher rate of engagement and suppliers. I wanted to pass it off to, real quickly as well. One last thing I wanted to highlight is that of the current, or I guess of the NIGP presidents, 4 of the past 6 have selected OpenGov procurement as their software of choice for e-procurement. So we've obviously seen success on the national level as well with NIGP. Wanted to hand off to Bill to walk through the Yeah, the
Yep.
vendor portal and the supplier portal. Steve, did you have anything you wanted to add before that?
Yeah, no, thanks, Jackson. And commissioners, nice to meet you. My name is Steve Lane. I'm our sales director here at OpenGov. And obviously Jackson's been working with Chuck and your staff. And just for context too, NIGP is the National Institute of Government Purchasing. So it's the largest, obviously national organization. So, we're proud from an industry, an industry leading standpoint to be the solution and partnered company of choice, as Jackson mentioned, for 4 of the past 6 presidents of that national organization.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Bill Hart. I also work for OpenGov. My background, I was a budget analyst for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and I lead our product demonstrations. So I have more in-depth knowledge of the system. As Jackson and Steve were mentioning, this is a pretty usable system. It's intuitive. You'll have a vendor portal. It's like how you post your solicitations today, like your RFPs and that type of stuff on your website in a PDF form. We'll be able to turn it into an interactive form. So vendors will answer yes, no questions, multiple choices, answer questions. And by answering those questions, that will create their bid document. And because they're able to log in online, we also support your vendors from 7 a.m. in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every day. We're out of the Boston office. A lot of the product direction comes out of New England. The head of product marketing for this product is out in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Another senior engineer is out of Hope, Maine. So we have a lot of New England connections. I personally, my wife's aunt lives in Blue Hill, love the area. Been to the Ellsworth, Rennie's, and Martin's more times than I care to mention. But the product is intuitive to use for procurement professionals, as Steve and Jackson were alluding to. The National Institute of Government Procurement is kind of like the largest procurement organization in the country, and we abide by all of their standards. So what they were saying with sealed bid compliance, we can accommodate that. The only difference is you'll be sitting around a table instead of taking the letter opener out and physically unsealing the bid. It'll unseal at a certain time. So it'll unseal at, say, 3 p.m. on a Friday. You guys will look at all the bids, and there are tools within the system. So if you're sourcing bids for multiple vendors like Granger or whatever, and you're looking for the lowest price per line item, it can do that math for you. So then you can award to all 4 vendors for those lowest price items. Another story we talk about is Edgewood, Kentucky, another rural kind of area. They saved a lot of money on their invitations to bid. So generic type stuff, not necessarily construction, but they had they set out a bid for street signage. They expected to pay about $70,000 because that's what they paid in the past. But once they were on OpenGov procurement, because vendors need one login, and that one login gives them access to every government that uses us throughout the whole country, a company in Georgia quoted them at $30,000 for that street signage. So they were able to save $40,000 on one transaction. Obviously, it's sort of an exceptional case, but we tend to see a lot more in vendor engagement. Jackson and Steve can give you the numbers, but it's a usable system. It's online, it's interactive. We do all the web hosting for you. Chuck was saying there was some taxing to the servers and stuff like that. We'll do all that web hosting for you. We'll train your vendors. We'll also train your staff as part of that implementation cost. It's intuitive to use. People can ask questions directly in the system. So you don't have to have an email link where someone I saw the one for Chevy Tahoes that you have out, and a lieutenant is receiving the email questions. You wouldn't have to have that. You would have the questions publicly posted, and then all the vendors following the project would also be posted on the website, which tends to get you more competitive pricing because anyone with internet access, basically, you don't even have to have a login, can see all the vendors following your projects. Any questions about the system? I know we talked about a lot. We just threw a lot at you, but.
Vendor participation is one question I would have. Our vendor, perfect example is what we're dealing with today. Are these vendors gonna, Are these vendors part of this network? Are they gonna want to be part of this network? Or-
I would say that Tech would definitely want to be part of the network. The others I can't speak for, but yes, the onboarding the vendors into the system is not a hard task. And again,
But it's
Open
not,
Gov,
it's not a task that we do, what's a task that.
that is correct.
That we do, we would do that for you. So you would give us your vendors that you use on a continual basis, and we would just send out like emails to them, telling them to log in. A lot of times the bare bones minimum for a login is you give first name, last name, company name, email address, and then you can ask for more information for if they want to actually bid on a project. Then you can ask for their company address. You can ask them to stipulate what they do, like what kinds of bids they tend to be interested in. So, you know, Chuck mentioned car dealerships. Like those car dealerships would just have the one login. And once they have the one login, they're able to view all of Hancock County's bids. And if they choose, if some of your neighbors come on, say Ellsworth or Blue Hill, Bar Harbor came on to procurement, they would have the same login. They'd be able to look at all of the bids for the surrounding area.
Did you-
Cost.
Did you
Yeah,
say
what's the
that,
length of contract?
did you say there would be a link like there is on the
Length
website?
of the contracts and, do we have any costs?
The costs, or yeah, do you want to, Jackson? Oh, Steve's, yeah.
Yeah, so I think what will be helpful too is what we can do is just because we can't screen share and show you some examples, we can have Jackson follow up with links to a number of different counties and different customers that we have across New England and obviously the country, so you guys can see it. And then from a cost standpoint, so there's going to be two costs. One's going to be the annual subscription of the software. As Bill mentioned, this is a hosted solution by us, so it's a subscription based. So you would pay that on an annual basis. And then in the first year, you have a one-time cost for implementation and training for the entire staff. One of the other benefits that we have too is, as you guys talked about, just questioning around your suppliers gaining adoption. We actually do, and we can confidently say this, we are the only company on the market that offers our customer support to the supplier base as well. So if Banyan or Chuck or anybody at the county had any, issues they needed customer support to resolve, they will be calling into the same line that any supplier could use if they needed help, with the system and so on and so forth. So typical contract lengths for us here at OpenGov are 1 to 3 years, can be as long as 5 if the county would want. That just requires just some approvals on our end, but most typically 1, 2, 3 years.
And you talked about those, that there were those costs, but you didn't give us the magnitude of those costs. Typically, what?
Yep, for sure. So the way that I apologize, the way that we price our product is off of the agency's budget size. So we have, it's obviously all public information, and we would have we have the county's budget size on record. The thing that we would want to do is confirm that. But with where the county's budget size is, you can look at an annual cost of anywhere from about $12,000 to $14,000, just depending on contract length, and things of that nature. And so you'd be looking at 12 to 14,000 on an annual basis. And then on that one-time professional services, we would have to conduct an exercise with the county where we would scope the entire project for the county, which we have not completed yet. But generally speaking, I could see typical projects for jurisdictions of your size for that one-time cost falling anywhere from, I would say, maybe 17, 18,000 on the low end to 25,000 on the high end, in all likelihood. And that's a one-time cost. So, a first year investment of, anywhere $35,000 to $40,000 for the subscription of the software plus the implementation and training. And then each year after that, in the range of $12,000 to $14,000.
Banyan and Chuck, have you reached out to other?
Nobody else responded.
No, those are vendors. Have you talked to?
Yeah, other groups.
Users?
The users, no.
Yeah.
I personally have not.
I reached out to 4 different vendors, and OpenGov was the only one that responded back to me. But the purpose I brought OpenGov to you guys was not to make a decision today, but what I wanted to do was get one of you three commissioners or all three of you to agree to see a demonstration, a full demonstration of the product, and maybe get our department heads and take a good look at this. But I needed to bring it before you guys to maybe set a date with you and see if you're open to seeing a full demonstration. That was the purpose of this meeting.
Okay, I get that, but it'd be nice to know that you talk to, you know, somebody like Lebanon, New Hampshire, or Nantucket.
I'm not sure, but I thought when I looked at the website, was Bar Harbor, Maine listed in there as a city that's under you guys?
They use one of our other suites.
Oh, one of your other suites.
Yep.
Okay.
Because we have
Yeah.
6 different because we have a accounting system, budgeting system, procurement, asset management, permitting and licensing, and we also have tax and revenue stuff.
But as Paul says, I mean, we could actually contact Bar Harbor and get in, see how their relationship has been with you, not so much on the procurement, but how the relationship has been.
Yeah, for sure. And we would be happy to also provide plenty of specific procurement customers for you to chat with as well.
Okay. But Paul, what I really want to do is set up a full demonstration of this product and have at least one of you three there for the demonstration. Is that, can we do that and then have the department heads there? And what would be a good date to do that?
I mean, on my end, it has to be Tuesday, but.
Well, this is all brand new to me, so I'm still trying to digest exactly what we're doing here. But my first impression is that we could be facing $40,000 to $45,000 worth of cost for the first year, just because, or the major reason being, we have some technology companies who don't want to submit sealed bids. Now, first of all, I personally, and I'm hoping the board embraces the notion that we like to deal locally with our vendors. We have somebody locally who can provide the service or the goods. We like to, you know, patronize those people who pay our county taxes. Second of all, if we're talking about services, because we have to bid services over 2,500, we could be talking about contract services for $3,000 or $4,000. Well, quite honestly, do we need a third party to help us get a bid for $4,000 for a plumbing repair, Dennis? I mean, haven't we been able to do that quite well ourselves? And so I guess my point is that
there was a lack of local vendors. It's all online.
And that's the other thing
Different
too, is
game.
that if we want to attract our local, which could be a one-man shop, is he going to be savvy enough, technology-wise, to bid through this process, which sounds to me a little over my head for technology use, but because my sense is that some of these 1 and 2 man businesses, they're good craftsmen, but they're really not astute when it comes to some of the management issues that.
Marketing's not their game.
Right, marketing's not their game. So I think before we go much farther, we really have to decide, do we have a need countywide for the service, or do we need to sit down with IT, help them develop a procurement process that addresses their independent and personal needs? Because quite honestly, nobody else in county government, no other department head is complaining that about the bid process. In fact, the sheriff's department has just spent 30 minutes looking over bids and whatnot for cruisers. Well, it's too bad, but we only do that once a year. And if that takes 30 minutes to look over a once a year bid, is that unreasonable? Are we gonna pay $42,000, $45,000 to have a third party do that for us? So I guess I'm skeptical about moving forward with this until we really understand the problem. And yeah, because I can completely appreciate that. Do we really need a vendor of this magnitude to service?
Well, like I said, keeping it local, keeping the people local here. I see this kind of like Netflix. I didn't want to do Netflix, I wanted on TV, but everything's moved to that. This will eventually happen, but right now we can probably get away with keeping it local and continuing the process we are. But on the electronic side, it's going to be an issue.
So I agree with Chuck's premise. I'm trying to keep an open mind. That's why I think step one is for Chuck and probably Michael and some department heads to say, we've talked to, users of this product. This are the benefits. I think that needs to happen before we schedule a demo, to entice us, because if we don't have, if we don't have buy-in from, our county staff, whether we come to a demo or not, to me, that's a waste of time until we know that. And maybe, maybe there needs to be a demo, once that step has been taken, maybe the department heads need to see a demo, but I need to be sold from the departments, not from the vendor at this point.
And I need to be sold on the fact that this is necessary. This is, that's the bottom line. Is this really necessary countywide, or is this a unique problem to IT that perhaps we can address without spending $45,000 a year for the first year?
I mean, there's a time constraint here, you want to come to ARPA funds.
So are you proposing that we set up a meeting with just the department heads at this time and do a demonstration with them and see if it's useful to them?
No, I'm proposing you talk to the
Bar Harbor and Lebanon.
well, no, Bar Harbor is not using procurement.
Okay, just the people who are using procurement.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because that's what I'm assuming Bar Harbor's using the permitting or portion of it.
The other thing is, in terms of county government, in Maine, county government's really limited. I mean, we don't really have a big if you look at other states, and we're not in charge of, nearly the same infrastructure issues. And, obviously, thank God today we're not in charge of elections. So, I think it does kind of have a question for whether it matches up enough with our needs, but I'm not saying no, but I'm saying,
Yeah.
talk to some counties, and I also,
Get buy-in.
yeah, and
Yeah, but
see,
you're talking about, do we want to select this vendor? I'd like to go back to the basics, and I would like to meet with department heads and say, do you think it's necessary to have a third party come in and do your bidding for you? Dennis, are you having trouble writing specifications? Are you having trouble organizing your bids? Are you having trouble deciphering them after they get in here? That's the kind of information I'd like to hear from people other than IT. I know what IT is, but I would like to know a little more about IT, but I'd like to hear from the rest of the county department heads as to whether or not this is critical to their operation, because they're unable to adequately deal with the bidding process themselves. So I think that's the first thing we do, is meet with department heads and bring this issue to them specifically, and make sure they understand what this is, and determine whether or not we should be doing this on a countywide basis, not just accommodating IT.
I don't know why we get to.
Chuck, did you get any direction? Is Chuck still there?
Yeah, Chuck,
Yeah, I'm still here.
sure.
I mean, have we done nothing that made your head explode, or do you sort of understand where? I
Well,
know-
the other thing that I'm wondering is like with the car bids, I mean, we open up an electronic bid, and if I might be incorrect, but I think OpenGov has a big pool of customers or vendors out there, and you may end up getting new people bidding on those cruisers rather than the few select that we currently have. So you may have cost savings there.
Well, and that's exactly why I'm proposing that the first thing that needs to be done is talk to you. You might find out that this is the cat's meow and we need it. But you might also find out that, the opposite. We just don't know. You're not gonna know that until you talk to
Current customers.
current customers.
Okay, yeah, we'll certainly put you in contact with some of our current customers in New England. I think that's probably a good first step.
Yeah, I agree.
And then on the local point, a lot of in the ranking and scoring, like your evaluation section, a lot of governments will give preference or give points to local vendors. So they'll like have a numeric associated with like, if this vendor's in Hancock County, we'll give them 5 points on this scoring or 10 points out of 100, like a bonus point system to try to incentivize localized bids. So that's a pretty common thing that we see.
And was I wrong on that? Bar Harbor's not using your procurement, they're probably using your permitting.
They might be using, I think they're using enterprise asset management. But yeah, we have, so they like to track the, sewer pipes and all like the infrastructure they maintain.
Medium do you use to get the word out that there is a bid pending they might be interested in? And
So
how does that process get to the one-man plumber in Hancock
So
County?
your one-man plumber would just subscribe to email notifications from Hancock County. So, and then he would subscribe if you'd had like a construction type code or something, so he could filter it just by construction bids. I used to work for a general contractor in Malden, Massachusetts, and my boss was 73 years old, and he would say, "Bill, get me my emails." And I would print his emails, hand them to him, and he would write out a response on a yellow legal pad, give it back to me, and I would type it out into his computer. That's how he used his email. But in that office, I was the one using Oracle Submittal Exchange. So as long as it's somebody who's like, is with him or can like hit the buttons on a computer, it's a lot more intuitive than like reading a PDF and then trying to type out an entire response. Like the vendor doesn't have to format anything. They're really just answering questions. So it's like a Google form. And when they're done, they hit submit with their pricing or whatever. And then that is what you unseal on the day you're unsealing all those bids. And you can unseal them in your computer, or you can have people still submit their paper bids. You can accept both, but then you'll have a lot on the computer that you're comparing. You can have your paper bids on the table, and you can be comparing all of the pricing that you got. And then when you come sorry. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I am interrupting you, but back on the basics though.
Yep.
Are we going to have to do a certain amount of marketing or something so that our plumbers and our one-man carpenters know how to bid on this new system?
So that first year cost is a lot of professional services. So it's part of that cost is if you have a list of the vendors you currently use, we'll try to track down all of them and tell them that Hancock County is now using OpenGov procurement. This is how you log in. If you have questions, you can contact us from 7 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night, and we'll walk you through the system. And then another thing we'll do is we have all the vendors throughout the country, and we'll send a blast email to all of them saying Hancock County is now using OpenGov procurement. This is their portal. This is how you get to it. And then they'll be able to see, they can subscribe to Hancock County and they can look at the bids you guys put out. So if they're a car dealership in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Vermont, they can look and say, okay, maybe I want to bid on these Chevy Tahoes they have out here, and I can definitely deliver them. So
How hard is bring a new vendor in?
The vendor, it takes about 30 seconds to log in the first time, because all you need for an initial login generally is your first name, your last name, your company name, and your email address. But the vendor gets benefits for adding additional information, because they can, if they put their address, for example, they can set a radius around their business, so they can look at bids from 50-mile radius around or 100-mile radius. And then if they're just shipping stuff across the country, like you're bidding out doors or something that's sort of generic, they really don't restrict themselves on like a geographic basis. They're just looking to ship, doors or street signage around the whole country. That's generally how it works. Yeah.
Part of the onboarding to this, I can't remember where I read that, is you get a list of vendors from us that we typically deal with and reach out to them. So that's part of that notification.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just thinking to myself, if we have Hannaford and Sons, and his sons goes off and opens up a new store, how do we add that son who's an independent from his father into the system?
Yeah, he would his son would just put his own company, new company name, his email address, and then that's how he would log in.
Yep.
So I think next step's just to try to.
Contact customers to
Yeah, see what you think.
That's fine with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Report back. Sound good?
Does that sound like a plan?
It's a good first step.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you, OpenGov.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right.
A consolidated MSA contract. This is to do the dark fiber between this building and the recovery site. Chuck just needs us to review the document, and this is just for informational purposes. This is a single source because all of our networking and communications is done to the same company. And it wouldn't make sense to bring a new company in to relearn everything that we do. Jeff Consolidated wanted to have all legal issues with the contract resolved, so that when we go to put and implement this, that there won't be any delays. The dollar on the contract is not important at the moment. I'm just needing the legalized done, and then the moving target will be determined by technical details. So the price is probably going to change. Well, we just need the legal issues to be reviewed.
You reviewed this, Michael?
I mean, I've gone through it, but I haven't specifically sat down and looked at every avenue. Then that's the question when you talk about legal review. I mean, do you want to spend money on an attorney to actually look at this? How?
I gotta believe this is a model document.
Yeah.
It's, I mean,
I don't know if it's
boilerplate,
negotiable.
Yeah.
I would be surprised. It's all these, this is take a legal contract.
A quick question about, when you look at the Lyman Road one, it's listed as a 36-month term, and then the one for here is at 60 months. Is there a reason why we have the difference between the two lengths?
The overall length of the cable is going to be, one is more direct, and the other one is a backup, it's gonna come up and around.
No, I'm talking about the term.
Oh, the term.
I'm sorry,
Excuse me.
that's what I meant. The term.
One 3 years, 1 5 years.
Yes.
Why is that different?
Yeah, wouldn't we
And
want
obviously-
them all to be the same?
If we're trying to,
36 months is approved, and the 60-month is in the process of being approved. Amendment will be the same, but reflects price, 10% lower for a 60-month term. So that's where that, Mr. Carter already submitted this, so the 36-month is approved.
okay,
And the 60-month is in the process of being approved.
okay.
By consolidated. Approved by whom? Assume consolidated.
I think the purpose of this wasn't so much the dollars, because the dollars are going to change. We're working on this still, and there's a lot of technical details that need to be worked out still. The reason Jeff with Consolidated wanted you to get this contract was to iron out any possible legal issues. He said that's what usually holds up contracts. So he wanted to get this in front of you guys early. So we know ARPA funds are expiring at the end of the year. So when we're ready to pull the trigger and put in the dark fiber lines to our location, all the legal issues might be all settled by then, or any legal concerns and contract concerns. Then I'll present to you the actual dollars and the 3 and 5 year options. So right now, don't concentrate on the dollar amounts. Don't concentrate on the 3 or 5 year. I'll present those later. Right now, we're just worried about the contract itself, the legal part of it.
I don't understand. I guess I don't understand this legal issue you're talking about. I mean, they're providing a maintenance agreement for us. And
Right. What Jeff told me is most of the time when he presents this contract, the people that he presents it to or the customers, they usually take it to their attorney and they review it. And lots of times there's issues and they have to negotiate back and forth. And I'm trying to prevent that from happening so that we can get this for ARPA funds by the end of the year. So if you guys don't see a problem with any of the contract terminology and the information in there, then we're good.
Well, what you just told me is they come up with legal issues, so I'm like, that's a pretty strong hint.
Well,
You know, I'm not an attorney, I have skimmed this, I have not.
well, I wouldn't bet my firstborn son, but I can tell you right now, you took this contract to any attorney, they're gonna have an issue. I don't care. what it is.
Yeah, that's exactly.
And I guess my comment is that, is it a bona fide issue? I mean, Chuck, have you read the contract? Do you
I
agree
haven't
with it?
read through it completely. I'm no attorney, so I've looked at it, but I wouldn't know where to look for any possible issues. And I was just told to do this, present it to you guys. And do we usually submit this to a county attorney to review contracts before we agree to them? I don't know that.
You know, ones like this, you haven't recently, anyway, since I've been here, for any of these, it's just like Commissioner Clark said, they're usually boilerplate. And if you want our services, then this is what you're gonna kind of do. And I haven't read it from knowing that you wanted a legal opinion standard either, so I mean, I would look at this differently and pay closer attention to language and everything else, if I know that that's what the commission wants to pursue, would make an issue of anything if they were concerned. So,
I didn't have any issues till Chuck told me.
Oh,
you
by
know,
the way,
Usually people send this to an attorney and there are issues. Well, then,
well, the easiest way might have Chuck ask the vendor what the issues have been in the past.
yeah, that's what I would hope that Chuck would do, yes.
You and I can just kind of, the rest of us here can just kind of look at those and see if that's any concern for us.
Exactly.
That saves a lot of money.
Yeah, I'd rather hear the complaints from customer that took it to the attorney. But anyway, all right,
Do we know a customer? Chuck must know
I mean,
customers who have done this.
Basically, you have to, yeah, just ask for a list. Ask for some references.
We have multiple consolidated contracts. I mean, so I don't see this as any different than other ones. We're just trying to.
I agree, but you said
There's legal issues.
there's legal issues. That was your statement. I
Yeah,
like those
I think what he's
legal issues.
indicating- I think what he's indicating is that most customers have their lawyers look over a new contract and weed out any legal issues. I don't think he's really saying that there are potential.
Well, he said they negotiated back and forth, so.
of course they are.
Yeah.
Well, I think like Bill said, any lawyer looks at it is going to have an issue with it probably.
Yeah. So, what to you with the salt is gonna just check off, I accept loss.
From moving forward on it, getting the real money.
And it baffles me that all we're gonna do is have a dark line from here to the junction. It takes a 5-page document that needs to be reviewed by legal, just to get a service. I mean, I don't understand. It seems like we're making a mountain out of a mole.
No, it's not a 5-page document. 14 plus 5.
Don, the attorney there.
So, what do we want to do?
We turn to the vendor and say, what were the legal issues that were brought up, see if they apply to us, I guess.
Yeah. Michael, is that?
Yes, and at the same time, to skip forward, he can ask for some references of other similar customers that they provided similar services. And then he can double check with them as well to see if they had any issues or concerns.
Yeah, because, I mean, a legal review of this 14 plus 5 is a couple grand.
All right. And it forward, it's been suggested. All right.
We got.
So
Michael, do we have a path forward?
I believe so.
Okay.
We can do those things, and then obviously, Chuck wasn't asking for approval today anyway,
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
And they still need to refine the prices, so they can be working on that while they're doing that other. Approach.
Perfect.
All right, IT racks.
Okay, the EOC IT racks, those have been put out to bid. We do have 2 bids currently in. The one is in process. Gut Connection is our best person because mainly of the shipping. 3 racks, for the 4-post racks are a total of 1,400 pounds, which is going to be a substantial freight cost. Of course, Gut Connection is our best source, 9,309.72. CWG, 9,404.97. Insight is the other guy that we're waiting on. Technically speaking, they're 3,078.09 plus freight. Gut Connection has always been our best provider of services and usually the best one to do the job for us.
Okay, and where the date to have us all in is, when you say you're waiting, the date, they all know we're gonna make a decision.
Yes.
Okay, so we're not,
What we intend to do is to actually physically get these things purchased, but not delivered until the building.
but nobody can cry, this party that we're waiting on can't cry foul that we made a decision before we have, because they
That
knew
is-
it this day.
That is correct.
Okay. So I'm gonna move to accept a quote from Gov Connection for the purchase of 3 APC Net Shelter SX rack enclosures for a total sum of $9,309.72 to be paid for ARPA funds as recommended.
Second the motion.
I'm not seeing that number on here.
Yes, 9,700.
I see an estimate with that number.
See
It's
the
in
number?
an email to Chuck.
Yeah, it's right here.
I'm seeing 9,700.
I see 9,309.72.
I'll make a copy.
Yes, please.
$9,700 is the next one.
Oh. Okay.
That's not the racks, that's the
Oh,
Oh,
quote.
okay, it wasn't in the documentation.
all right. So,
So. Chuck, Daniel. The way we were presented this quote. Is this an example of problems you're having with IT people not wanting to submit CV?
Yes.
Well, and quite frankly, a lot of people don't like it, submit sealed bids, it's a lot of work. You know, so that's why I'm keeping an open mind to what we talked about before.
Yeah, and I understand it's 50
Well,
grand.
this was the $10,000 mark, so I was able to get 3 quotes and get those online and get them sent to me by email. Since it's not a sealed bid, it's the sealed bids that we have a problem with. That's over 10,000.
all right, so there's a motion on the floor, correct?
Yes.
So in your request for quotes, Chuck, you gave them a deadline of today or before?
Yes, I told him I needed it for the Wednesday before this meeting so that I could get them presented. And I got 2, and the third one was she was still working on it because she was having a problem with the shipping costs, and they were already going to exceed the lowest bid we had already. So I felt comfortable going with the open gov and presenting that to you.
And that's why I said it as recommended, because that's what he recommended in his email.
That's correct.
All right, do we have a second yet on the motion?
I seconded it.
Okay, Mr. Sure. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right,
All right, the Cronus backup. This is the actual software that does the backups for Hancock County. This is to extend the Cronus software to the end of life of the new scale system. So it's a 5-year contract.
And this is basically an extension to what we already had.
That is correct.
Yes.
Yes,
So-
this is a renewal of our backup software. You already approved the purchase of the scale systems, and that'll take us out an additional 5 years. But what this backup renewal is, that takes us out to the same
And
end of life of the scale servers themselves, so we'll have backup software to that end of life.
Yeah. I'm gonna move to accept a quote from GovConnect Incorporated for 3 licenses for backup for the new servers for the total sum of $9,700.20 to be paid from ARPA funds as recommended.
Second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Right, well said.
thank you, Commissioner.
All right. What have we found? Yeah.
Give all these back. I separated them. One for one of the, envelopes are just outfitting, one above are outfitting. So after, basically I just added the cost together and then looked at the bids. The first way I looked at it is simply we had 4 outfitters that submitted bids just for outfitting, but we didn't have any vendors submit bids for just the vehicles. So the vehicle, it's hard to have something outfit. There was 2 vendors that did submit bids for vehicles and outfitting. So I looked primarily at them again to have the vehicles. Those 2 outfitters are McGovern's and Whitmire. My recommendation would be to go or award the bid to Whitmire. And the reasoning being is if you look at McGovern's, McGovern's had a total price of $356,874.50. Whitmire had, his total price was $374,423.31. The reason why I would say Whitmire is a couple things. If you boil it down, you look at the actual cost for outfitting. Over all 5 vehicles, the total cost to outfit from McGovern was $100,588. Total cost to outfit from Whitmire was $100,923. So a $335 difference. The difference in price that you're seeing here is a couple things. It's just primarily one thing. It's the cost of the vehicles. The vehicles that Whitmire supplied, it has a higher MSRP, and that's the difference. So subsequently, I would say that you should theoretically see a little bit higher of a return on the back end as far as trade-in or at the resale value goes because the vehicle's worth more. The other thing I would say about Whitmire versus McGovern's is McGovern's is located in Massachusetts, Whitmire is located in Hancock County. That's where they get their vehicles outfitted. Ultimately, there is a difference in cost, but again, when you look at McGovern in Massachusetts, we do have the time and labor that we would have to pay somebody to drive those vehicles down and get stripped, go obtain those vehicles and drive them back. Additionally, for any repairs, it's a lot easier to drive something from Hancock County than it is to get it repaired from the outfitter in Massachusetts. So with those recommendations and the primary cost being the vehicle and the MSRP being worth more with Whitmire, that would be my recommendation overall.
So, but there's $17,548 between the 2.
That is the difference, yes. So what I would say is one thing that Whitmire included in their quote that McGovern didn't is they had floor mats. Not a huge deal, but there's a little bit of a price difference there. The other thing is the MSRP, like I said, for the vehicles. The Whitmire MSRP for their vehicles is $55,474. Where McGovern's is $51,254.90.
What's the difference between the?
Yeah, so why is there $4,000 difference?
Yeah, must have.
From looking at them, Whitmire provides a pretty detailed description, like what you'd see at a dealership, where McGovern's just simply says vehicle destination charge, and that's the cost. So Whitmire breaks it down, McGovern's doesn't. So I can tell you what the vehicle from Whitmire provides. I can't tell you specifically what the vehicle from McGovern's provides. I can tell you that MSRP is different. The other thing that I would say is McGovern in their packet do not elaborate when those vehicles are available. I do not know. Whitmire does have those vehicles on the lot. Ultimately, like I said, Whitmire, service in Hancock County, McGovern, Massachusetts. We'd have to arrange the labor and stuff to go down to Massachusetts. So ultimately, that's, again, I think a trade-in or resale value, probably be able to get a little bit more if the vehicle is marketed for more from Whitmire. but there's a little bit of a difference there. The last thing I would say too is the outfitting. The light package that McGovern is supplying is a Whalen system. That's just the brand of the lights, where Whitmire is Federal. The cruisers that we previously ordered are Federal as well. So right now we have sound off. It's preferably speaking, I would prefer to have 2 different light systems rather than 3 different light systems, but all those things factor together. That's why I would have the preference or the recommendation of Whitmire. Ultimately, what it boils down to is the MSRP of the vehicle, but then you also do have the convenience and the labor that you're gonna spend to go to Massachusetts and things like that.
Any other comments, gentlemen? All right. Do you have a motion?
Well, I thought I had a motion. I thought this was gonna be easy. I understand what you're saying, but there is 17,000 difference in how do you sell that to, that's what I'm trying to work into my motion here, so that's why I'm hunting.
To go down, we would have to, what it would look like, the process is, part of this includes stripping some of the current vehicles that we have that we could then sell. So we'd have to get those to Massachusetts, then we'd have to get the vehicles back from Massachusetts once they're outfitted and stripped. We'd have to do the same with the ones to Whitmire, but then again, there's the difference of driving Knoxville County versus Massachusetts. So there's the labor there for the deputies. The other thing I would say, like I said, is a lot of that, the difference isn't in the outfitting cost, it's in the MSRP of the vehicle. So I've obviously shared my position on that.
Yeah,
the
it's
sound-
$4,000 nicer vehicle.
Yep. So I mean, I would presume, again, it's all an assumption, a theory, that you should be able to get a little bit more for that vehicle on the back end. But that being said, the difference, Whitmire included floor mats in their quote, McGovern didn't. McGovern doesn't indicate when those vehicles would be available, Whitmire does. If it's a matter of that equipment breaking, the outfitter in Knoxville County does service that equipment. But to be honest with you, I suspect that they'd probably be a little slower at working on something that was outfitted by another distributor. The overall ability, if we have a vehicle that goes down, to have it serviced in Knoxville County versus Massachusetts, and I understand it's not Hancock County, but it is local to the area as well.
Pardon?
I'm fine with this recommendation.
You're fine with the recommendation?
No, I have a multitude of problems. I've stated in the past, I still have problems. First of all, I'm not going to approve any purchases that involve giving $75,000 vehicles to members of the sheriff's department who in the past have gotten by just fine with passenger cab vehicles off the lot. And you guys don't even know who's getting new cars and what they're putting into spares. And I'm not going to vote for any of this.
Well, my question was pertaining to one quote over the other. We didn't decide.
Well, first of all,
So,
vendors will give police agencies a discount on all the property, all the equipment they need to outfit a cruiser. They won't give it to a shop. So that's why everybody else in Hancock County, all the other agencies in Hancock County, buy their own equipment, buy their cruiser, take the equipment of the cruiser to a shop, have it put on, save thousands of dollars. Hancock County is spending thousands of dollars more than we have to spend because they want a package deal.
so is that what the upfit only That would be if we had a raw vehicle, right?
If that would be if you had a raw vehicle, yes.
If you buy just the cruiser, then you decide what you want for equipment on it.
We didn't bid just the cruiser.
Well, and they
We
haven't
did.
been doing that.
Oh, just nobody submitted bids for them.
Well, they haven't done, they gave up or stopped doing their own buying the equipment a few years ago. And they opted instead to let somebody else buy it, pay the full retail price on it, and put it in.
Well, this time we bid it both ways,
Well, they
correct?
did it both ways, because two of these cars are going to lieutenants, or they're going to sheriff and chief deputy. They bid 3 cars that are equipped, right? And 2 cars that are not, is that what's happening?
We bid it 3 different ways. It was 2 vehicles that
What
are,
is it, excuse me,
yes.
what is it you need?
2 vehicles that are unmarked, 3 vehicles that are marked.
So who's getting the 2 unmarked vehicles?
It was what in the proposal I gave you.
Yeah, which we
drilled
don't.
this. I laid it.
Fine, if you've dealt with it, and you're satisfied with it, go with it.
I'm gonna move to approve the bid from, Whitmire for the purchase of 5 cruisers for the sum of $374,423.41 to be paid from ARPA funds as recommended by the sheriff's department.
Seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Please list me as did not vote.
John.
All right. And treasurer. Nothing works for me.
Yep. There you go. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move to accept. Wait a second, treasurer. Get back there. Move to accept and approve the monthly bills and warrants as presented.
Second motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The second item is a revised, transfer sheet for the UT, because I basically had the wrong amounts. The first time it was double. There were some budgeting issues in Trio that caused all the numbers to go double, and I realized it, I had.
So this is just okay, I'm gonna move to accept and approve the revised UT end of year transfer sheet as presented.
Second motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. We're ready to.
Fancy. Take a break.
Can we do
Let's
it?
take a break.
I was just gonna fly through this and then take a break when we went to the executive
Before the
session.
executive session.
But there might be a couple of hiccups here, so. I'll probably approve
All
that.
right, take a break.
Dennis would like to say something.
This is the agreement for the water tank. Authorize the chairman to sign and get this back.
Did we approve that?
We did.
You did.
I would put the documents for them to sign.
Yeah.
They're-
Okay, yep, that's. All right, all set, thank you.
Take a break. All right, we're back in session. Need confirmation on Billings Land Use Planning Commission appointment.
I'm gonna move to confirm the official appointment of Miller Billings to the main land use planning commission. Authorize the mailing of the official notification letter from the Secretary of State's office is drafted and signed by the county administrator.
Second motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Aye. All right, now we're going to review the Budget Advisory Committee's recommendations for the budget. All right, so I know Commissioner Clark's given us a list of different areas where he thinks that we can make some changes. So we can review those. Do you want Right now, the budget is sitting at 22.52% increase. Which is 1,938,708 increase. Commissioners.
Well, why don't we take each one and see if any of us have any suggestions? So we can start with emergency management and see if anybody has any suggestions. Pardon?
Oh, I was looking at the wrong place. Thank you.
So I have no recommendations for any changes in EMA. Well,
Yeah.
with regards to district attorney's office, I direct your attention to the travel mileage 07-100. And I'm proposing reducing this from 15,500 to 14,000 based upon past usage and dramatic increase from the 24 budget of over $5,000. So let's do a little growing pains here and see if you can get by with 14 for that, saving $1,500. That'd be my recommendation.
And that's the,
14,000.
yeah,
$1,500 change, $14,000.
Oh, 7,100.
All right.
and the actual, especially given that the actual is actually only 5,000 right now. Am I reading this right?
No. Line 0307-100. Right now through September, that was 4,700.
Okay.
I thought we were dealing with line 071.
Yeah, she means Department 3, 07-100, you're right, Paul.
Yeah.
And here the 9-month average is 4,700, so
Yeah,
that's gonna be 6,000 for the year.
yeah.
So can we agree on?
Yes.
Okay, so we should be voting on these now as we go, because it's, correct me if I'm wrong, Monica, every vote they took was a supermajority, is that correct?
Yeah,
So there's, every vote we take must be unanimous,
Yeah.
correct? Okay.
So, it's not 1,400, it's 14,000.
14,000, yeah.
Yeah,
14,000.
and he's changing it
Yes.
to,
yeah. Reducing it by 15.
yes.
Well, it's 15,500.
Oh, that's right.
It says 15, it's 15,500, but regardless, the number I'm suggesting is, in fact, Paul, you want me to make these motions, it's my suggestion.
Yes, please.
I'm gonna move that we reduce the expenditure for Department 3, line 07-100 to $14,000.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 With regards to witness fees, which is Department 3, 40, 107. I'm suggesting that we reduce that to 2,000 based upon their actual year-to-date being only 600 for a total of 9,000 for the year. I don't recall any discussion previously with that, a change in the process that would increase that.
Well, all the previous budgets were 3,000.
I know, but year-to-date is only 600.
Yeah.
The budgeting average is only 2,400.
And you want to bring it to 2,000.
I'm going to move that we change the Department 3 legal line 40-107 to $2,000.
Seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 That's all I have for this.
Chair? Yeah. So we do have a couple different issues here, and one issue would apply to multiple departments. So I don't know if you want me to bring that up at the end or bring it up when you're going through each department budget. But one of those issues in particular is the insurance rates and stuff that we had heard back, and I believe I shared that email with you a couple of weeks back, probably almost a month now. So where the market, where Malcolm indicated the markets are unstable right now, they're projecting high increases. And depending upon where you could end up with a 10% increase, but in all likelihood, he's hoping that most will come in somewhere between 17 to maybe 20% increase in projected rates. Our experiential ratio or factors this year has been tremendously poor, as you can imagine. Therefore, based on those factors, as well as the addition of properties and other stuff, I'm recommending up where he said you could be anywhere to 20, 30%, but I'm trying to be even optimistic, that a 20% increase, because right now, a lot of these accounts for insurance have 0% increase showing in the budget that was approved by the BAC. And we had discussed this at the very end of your adoption process of the budget, but at that point, it was felt, let's let the BAC have their look at it, and we would readdress it now after they've put out whatever they propose.
So you recommend 20%?
20% on those line items.
So does the DA have an insurance
So
rate?
they have a liability one of 25,100 of 1,440 and 25,100 of vehicle of 3,000. So that would take it to, if you went with 20%, calculation right, 1,728 for the liability and 3,600 for the vehicle.
So when you say our experience rating,
So basically, we've had a bunch of vehicle accidents this year, which, as he indicated in one of those factors, that basically he provided you with different levels. And if you had experiences this year of liability and all those issues, which we have and continue to have,
so a bunch.
it's going to obviously move you up into that next potential area of estimation. All this is estimating. I mean, if he can work out a deal and the markets come in better, great. You know, and he obviously is going to try to get the best deal for all of the counties because that's what, you know, we pay him to do.
And we pay him, it knows nothing of departments, it knows,
It's
Not when it comes to
not when it
vehicles.
comes to the,
okay, that's what I was saying.
Liability.
So based upon that, I'm going to move that we increase the district attorney's insurance line 25,100 to $1,750.
So wouldn't it be easier if we took all of that together because of it?
No, it's department by department. Because not every department has.
as
Oh,
so not all have vehicles and not all have the liability exposure factored in to the
okay.
budget anyway.
So I'll second that motion.
So what was the amount again?
1750, I just rounded off 1725 to 1750, that's a 20%
All right,
increase.
so basically, yeah. So you were doing.
Did you have a number?
But there were two different things. So there was, basically the 1440 liability went up to 1728 and 25,100. It's broken down, but it's both the same. It's both the same number, 25,100.
Well, I was going to increase the next line to 3,600.
Yeah, so I mean, it's however you want to vote on. I just
All
want to
right,
make sure I know
so
what.
my motion is the district attorney's insurance liability line, 25,100 liability is 1,750, which you've cited.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
My motion is now the district attorney's insurance 25,100 vehicle line increased to 3,600.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's all I have with VA. Everything else. In the commissioner's revenue line,
I do have a question on the district attorney. The district attorney, what we talked about, the mileage reimbursement, that doesn't affect. That had no budgetary effect.
Well, I mean, arguably, we will likely be seeing an increase in mileage revenue projected on here on
Yeah.
the revenue side, yeah. Because that now going to the county, and the county will actually be getting it from Washington County. Whereas historically in the past, it was just the pass through to the DA. But now that you have the vehicle, presumably if he's using the county vehicle for their travel and our travel, that's basically just, we absorb our costs and we'd be getting whatever revenue they submit to Hancock County.
But yet we're making no change to the revenue. We don't think that it's gonna be significant.
It's hard to know. I mean, based on past, it could be a couple $1,000s, but I mean, when you're looking at this wider spread, I mean, you can add some more if you want. I mean, I'm not cashing the check before they've been released, so I mean, that's.
Or see.
Yeah, pretty much, so
Okay. Excuse me, wasn't we getting half of that before?
on certain things, so.
We don't even know really what the net.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how it
See
shakes
a
out.
year, yeah.
Every year looking at it. So for commissioners, on the revenue side, I'd like to bring 4,000 forward from our G account, the legal G account for the legal fees in our expenditure account. We have a G account, legal monies in it.
Yeah,
And I'm going to move that we bring $4,000 forward from a G account as a revenue to Commissioner's 900 reserve accounts. And that we, instead of raising money for revenues, that we're
just bring it
for
forward.
legal, that we simply tap into our reserves.
So we have,
It just helps to offset the cost of
So right now,
expenditure side.
right at 4,000 now.
We have 68, almost 60, well, we have over $68,000 in our legal reserve account. So it's a healthy reserve account.
yeah, so you're not worried.
So we just, instead of raising the 4,000, leaving the reserve account, we're reducing the reserve account by 4,000, transferring that in to be used for expenditures.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 In the commissioner's expenditure account, I'm grants, 50-200 is the amount that we put together with CBA funds. And for nonprofits, okay? I'm suggesting that we raise only 30,000 this year instead of 40,000 And then we can decide whether or not we want to reduce the total amount from 80 to 70, or do we want to increase the amount from CBA from 40 to 50 and keep it at 80. In any event, I'd like to, I don't see how we, at a time when we have a budget increase facing us, a 22% increase in whatnot, we can turn around and tax the taxpayer for donations to nonprofits. One thing, if it's a critical service, but I mean, this is a giveaway program. Why are we giving expensive Christmas gifts when we can't afford Christmas turkeys?
And then if we decide that we still want to make it that level.
We can decide that when we decide. We want to issue the grant.
So second,
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. That's all I have for commissioners.
okay, now, what has been done? Okay, so all of these salaries in here there was talk about this 6% or
And this amount does reflect 6% increase, correct?
In the VAC column.
The VAC has, that figures represent 6%.
well,
And maybe this is a good time right now for us to just talk about what you want for a percentage increase.
yeah. Because I still have, first of all, I have, if nothing else, I don't want to see ours go up 6%. I mean, at a time when your point about hitting communities, I don't want to say I voted in a 6% raise for myself.
Oh, it's
So I got a problem.
honorable, but it's insignificant. I mean,
I-
3.2 and 6, I mean, one year we didn't take any because we felt so bad about the increase and whatnot. I don't,
So-
I'm not in this for the money.
No, I agree.
But
It is insignificant, but
But I do support 6% for the employees. And so we might as well nail that down right now.
have we made any headway on looking at?
I mean, she's put together stuff, she's working on, it, but I mean, to have a comprehensive, really, but
Can't do that
valuable-
for this, yeah.
no, it's not for this year, so it's gonna be kind of where you feel and what
So-
you've heard so far.
So here's my point. Out there, emergency services, law enforcement, that's been growing faster than other job descriptions. And how this has been presented to us, by a few department heads is that, you gave this job description 6%, but, we think it's fair that you give us also 6%. I don't agree with that premise. I agree that we need to do something, but I'm not, I'm not for treating all job descriptions the same. That's just not what the market is. So your question to me is gonna be, what is the market? Well, I don't know. That's why I was asking that question of you, Michael. To me, the market is, what Social Security COLA, what governments use to try to quantify that. So, with that said, I guess we need to talk about where it should be. If we're all in agreement, 6%, so be it.
I'm a little concerned that, first of all, there's unrest, which wasn't really expressed very good. It's got to the point now where it's openly critical of the raises they've been getting. And there has been this scuttlebutt in the back, whatnot, about maybe we gotta get back and join the union again. And you can eat up the difference between 3.2 and 6% awful quick. Once you,
Well,
start getting into a collective bargaining.
yeah, but, a lot of this is not subject to collective bargaining, even if, department heads are not, and elected positions are not. But
We're talking 8 people.
Yeah,
I mean, we're talking,
I agree with your statement, basically, but, John, are you, where are you?
COLA's really 2.5.
Well, it was 3.2
Yeah, I know.
at when
But
we did.
reality,
Yeah.
it's 2.5. Average raise is 3%. Look at some of the spots in here, and it's not that they're getting, that this year their wages are going up by 6%, it's going up by 11, 12. One of them was 20% or something close to that. I forget what it was, but because of steps or different, I mean, nobody's getting a 3% raise. But yeah, it's a COLA, it's not a raise. You're in the same position, so it shouldn't be seen as a promotion. To me, it's a 6%, 10% raise. To me, that's a promotion. That's not staying in the same position you've been at. But I've never gotten a 10% raise staying in the same spot. But this also probably goes into our discussion of the who's paying for the insurance, whether it's 0.5% to the associate employees or county paying all of it. So to me, that goes into it a little bit.
and here we go again, because the criteria doesn't allow employees who are presently in a collective bargaining agreement to be involved in the process. So we're only going to be able to charge people who are non-union people, anything, if we're going to charge them anything at all, so.
Till the existing agreement expired.
Right,
Yeah.
when the agreement's expired, then you can talk about it, but you can't, so the 25, the only people that we can assess half of the childcare benefit to is non-union.
Well, and the new contract we have. There is
Yeah,
one.
but we don't have a new contract in 25. Well, we have one.
Hopefully, yeah, we'll
We
have
will.
a jail one at some point.
Yeah.
We still have 2 contract ones at the end of 25.
Yeah.
End of 26. But it won't be across the board increase to everybody, so that's going to be falling in several people's side.
So I guess we gotta make a decision on where to go. I mean,
Well, the biggest, not the biggest, but one of the issues is that we do have a criteria for determining what non-exempt employees' wages should be. Could be updated, it may need to be brought into the 21st century, but nonetheless, there is a criteria in place. We don't have a criteria for department heads.
Yeah.
And that was demonstrated probably as well as any with probate.
Yeah.
Coming and admitting that I'm behind the 8 ball because I never went to the commissioners and asked for a raise. And if you stop and think about it, that's the only way department heads are getting substantial increase over the COLAs that we're giving them is coming in and asking for an increase. That's not really a good way to address department heads' wages, I don't think. But we don't have a criteria for that. And if we could crack that nut, that would be go a long ways towards equity and how we pay our employees.
well, quite frankly, the way, one of the reasons I'm bringing this up is I hear from, the communities that do pay attention to this, that, you're offering 6%. You're gonna be offering 6% wages increase, and we can't do that.
Well,
So-
I'd like to know what communities you're hearing. Who are you hearing?
Well, I'm hearing.
You're not hearing it from Stonington.
No,
Which-
they've all.
When a member of the BAC sits right there and talks about our $13 million budget not being a lot of money, I mean, that doesn't tell me they're counting pennies. So
Well, I voice some concern. If you folks are okay with that, then let's move on. But, I think it's a lot of money.
I think there are a lot of ways to save money in this budget besides taxing employees. And when you stop and look at the unique situations that we have dealt with in 24 with regards to setting wages, a lot of them violated our policies just to meet the demand out there for good employees.
Okay, well, there's no proposed changes here. It needs to be a. On.
I'd like to move on. So if we are moving on, I'd like to go to maintenance department. I have nothing in
So,
treasury.
real quick, sorry to interrupt you, but there is one insurance thing in
Oh, that's right.
commissioners as well, yeah.
Is that a,
So that's a liability one.
so what should the increase be for that?
That would be probably an estimated 20% across the board, but yet he said these should be for our risk insurance, anyway, which is
So it's
liability. and
cruiser
vehicle.
and liability,
Yeah,
all
so
20% increase?
That's what he's.
All right, so we should be increasing liability, all our insurance
For all of like
20%.
20%, yeah. At least the estimate.
Or so that's gonna be significant here.
Well, coming up on the next one.
Yeah, we're looking at, we're at what, 22%? We're gonna be close to 25%.
Okay, so I'm gonna move that in the commissioner's insurance line, 25-100 liability, we increase that to $2,500.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Michael, do you have any idea how that's impacting the total budget?
So, I mean, in total, based on all these ones that we have here right now. It's a little, it's about 30, and of course, if you're rounding off, it'd probably 33,000 plus or minus in terms of all those.
The entire risk pool bill.
With, yeah, as you keep going through here, I mean, because some of these are like $288, $80, 408. Liability and stuff, the big one dealing with vehicles and the sheriff's department all the way down. I mean, that takes up about 10,000 if you factor in the 20%.
So
And the same thing with the liability in terms of the jail as well. I mean, that, that.
So in total, Michael, is 32,000 probably for all of these
For
increases.
all these little increases just associated with those accounts.
So one accident did this?
No, it's not one accident. I mean, there's multiple accidents. There's been multiple this year, but it's not just accidents.
Multiple, one.
There's a deer too.
At least 2 deers and now another one. So there's been 4 in the last 365 calendar days anyway, or give or take. Because we had one big one last December. But that's still in, I mean, that's all part of this. That wasn't factored into the rates that we had last year. So those have been set at that point. And all this is just an estimate. It's the best guess figure he's given us. And based on that, as well as adding buildings and everything else, that's, the factors he's given on that email that I forwarded to you, that's where roughly we would fall. I mean, I could take it ultra conservative and say we'd be up in the 30% with adding new buildings and all that other stuff too, but.
So so you talked about $30-something thousand. That doesn't bring us up to 25%. That brings us not much over 23. Right.
Presuming that you're gonna have some other cuts here, probably. but
Are we ready to move on?
And the commissioners, this 6% is being applied to everybody.
Yes.
And you're,
That's what the BAC recommended.
and John, you, well, we'll take all three listed.
And if we're all gonna do it, might as well get a raise.
I gotta tell you, I'm not comfortable, but takes three of us, so. let's move on.
So I have nothing else in the commissioners, you gentlemen. I have nothing in treasurers, you gentlemen. In maintenance, I have nothing in the revenues. In your expenditures, though, and I discussed this with Dennis, we've got a whole bunch of new plumbing up there. Hopefully it'll save us on plug ups and needing plumbers and all that. And so I'm moving that we reduce the expenditure in the maintenance line 250. From 7,500 to 6,000.
Which still gets us well below the 5-year budget, 5-year average.
But remember, he's picking up the jail checks that he hadn't had in that average. So I mean, in all fairness, I don't want Dennis to win the hole over this, but we're hoping that with that, all that new plumbing that we're doing up there is going to save us a lot of plumbing calls. And Dennis does concur with this.
So, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
In the maintenance for building line 2,300. I'm moving to reduce that from 50,000 to 40,000.
Again, well below the 5-year average, but the same thing applies because you're
Yeah.
moving some stuff.
And we've done a lot of work up there with ARPA funds this last year and whatnot. We can forego them with.
Okay, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 That's all I have for maintenance.
But you got some insurance
there
there.
is one, yeah, vehicle insurance, 25,120, which actually is decreased projected from 480 down to 400, but when you factor in the 20%, it takes it back to 480. An increase of $80.
So I'm going to move that we increase the maintenance insurance line 25-120 to $480.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 In RCC, I have nothing in revenues. I have nothing in expenditures, no suggestion for expenditures.
So there is a liability in
Yeah.
25,100. Which at 20% was $288 or 1728 or something.
I'm going to move that we increase line number in the RCC line number insurance 25,100 to $1,750.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 It's on the RCC, right?
Yeah.
Right, RCC 25-1. Anything else? We move into probate, I have no recommendations for revenues for expenditures. Is Julie in?
She's not on.
She is on.
No,
No,
Julie,
oh, sorry, Becky.
Julie Curtis, no.
No.
I don't know if she's here or not.
Okay, indeed, gentlemen. In talking to Julie, there is a piece of legislation that she told us about several months ago. And I don't know whether she is the deeds chief cheerleader on this event or whatnot. She is 100% certain this is going to pass legislature. I don't know where she got that crystal ball, but she is she's very animated talking about it, whatnot. And the potential for that revenue could be as high, it could be as, she thinks it could be as low as 250,000, could be as high as 500,000 additional revenue for the department. Now, this is going to require a real leap of faith, and I'm suggesting that we roll the dice on this, hope that it passes, and add an amount, given the fact that it would come into fruition sometime around August, become effective, and add $70,000 to her fee revenue.
So this is why I'm comfortable doing that. 5-year budgeted average is 5-year actual is 456, which is higher.
Yeah, that's because of COVID.
Yeah, but still, there's gonna be some increase, so you're not projecting, you're not taking that much of a leap of faith.
She is predicting the lowest that this could be for, first of all, she's predicting this would pass, but unknown is just how much would it generate. She's taking the lowest projection, and I'm taking just 1/3 of that amount for
Yeah.
the budget year.
It's also happening in August. It's also happening in August, so I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just saying, if it was happening in April, you had all the summer people and everything.
And I don't think there's any reason they'd make this an emergency, so that it would be any earlier. In any event, I'm going to move in revenue section of deeds. Appropriation 102 fees, the increase from 430 to $500,000.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I have nothing in expenditure for these. You gentlemen don't, I'd like to skip the sheriff's department for now and continue with Department 11, Department 24. Jim, you could come forward, please. I'm going to have a recommendation for increasing the the jail cap for 2 reasons, and I've asked Tim to come up and give us the basis for those 2 reasons.
I feel, as we were working with a medical, trying to get a medical facility. I feel that 647,400 is gonna be the number we have to have. If not, there's no way I can come to you, we have to remain the same if we can't get that. I'm not gonna be able to come up with $1.7 million to, if they just don't see how we. So I'm saying that, again, I feel we're gonna hit that $647,400, which is gonna be a $262,600 reduction in the $910,000 we have now in that medical line. To make that clear, we're gonna reduce from 910 to 647,400.
Do you think that's a TAM?
I feel we have to. They're in negotiations now, they've been back and forth, they're working on securing that contract, it's just insurance concerns that they're dealing with right now to get that clarification. clarification before we move forward with the contract anymore.
And you've talked with her and you reviewed this contract and you think that she can supply what we need under this contract.
Yeah, she's looking for clarification, yeah, she can do it what we need, she can provide us exactly what we're looking for. And, include the MAT portion of it. And we can use those, and we can hit that mark at 647, 400, I believe it is.
Gentlemen, there was been some misinformation out there earlier and whatnot. There was no piece of legislation, that triggered this. What happened is that there may have been improved standards and whatnot, but there was no legislation. What there was a recognition because of past suits that had been filed around the state, civil suits in the jail, that the jails need to do a better job with providing medical services. That's what started this. So what we're looking at is the recommendation from our attorney, and what's going on statewide, that we need to do a better job so that you can either pay for a better service or you can pay for your civil suit, because we're not going to be covered 100% by risk pool for some of these suits. So it gets down to now, we need a new car. Are we going to buy Tahoe or a Yugo? You know what I mean? I think when the way things are right now, we put 910 in there because that was the difference between the next highest, the next lowest contract. Bottom line is that that next highest contract is over 1.5 million. And so we're not going to add another 600,000 to the 900 to buy to have that contract. So the only other game in town is the 647,000. And what we're thinking is a 1-year contract instead of 3, a 1-year contract. See how she can do with that contract, and then if it works out, come back for a 3-year contract. So basically, what we're doing is we're improving our services dramatically, but it might not be utopia. It may not be. I mean, our attorney would like to have us take that 1.5. He really feels that that's the cat's me out, but we can't afford the cat's me out right now. We need to.
Listen to the budget, I don't think, even if we can't get this 650, I don't see how we can do the one, we'll just have to stay status quo for another year. I don't see how I can bring to you 1.5 million, or even another $1 million, $900,000 you'd put in your
So
for the
out
taxpayers.
so out of on line 4019 for inmate health.
Is that
it would
910
get changed
right
to the
now?
6, get changed to the 647.
Well, yeah, but we also are suggesting that we increase that we add to the revenues, 130,000 from the opioid settlement for the MAP side of this.
Right.
So in other words, we're gonna have the difference between 910 and 647 plus the minus the 130. That will be the new tax cap. If my math is correct, the new tax cap will be 2,504,903, 930.
Yeah.
Is that right? Monica agrees. Now, if we accept the fact that the 647.40, 400 from that contract and 130 from the settlement,
You're at, I'm just trying to get on the same page here.
well, we're talking 2 or 3 things that equal this amount, but with regards to the cap right now, the cap will be $2,504,930. But we're going to increase Department's 24 revenue by $130,000, because we're going to take $130,000 out of the settlement money,
Put it in here.
and we're going to reduce the 910 in Department 24 to 647,400.
Okay, following that.
Pardon?
I follow.
You follow in there?
Yeah.
Now, the only other thing, Michael, is that we should factor in again insurance and alter that tax cap again by.
Yeah, so basically the two of them together $5,880, and then the other one was 9,400, so total of those two. That would be the total amount. So you'd have
14 something. But overall, the question is that we gotta increase the tax, the cap by this amount, right? We want this, Department 24, it's got to equal the tax cap,
If
right?
you're gonna have it equal on you, normally, even though we don't vote on that, but on Department 24, then yes, in theory, you would have to increase that back up to account for that additional expense.
Did the BAC vote on Department 24? Did they take a vote on that?
Yes. Did at the request of the commissioner, so.
Okay, so we really do need to vote on that. Correct. So,
Look, can I add something else? Monica, we've been trying to go through this with the fine tooth comb several times with the budget. With the increase of 6% that was the talk that they've approved, we've also suggested a way to offset the jail expenses. We removed the $10,000 in the vehicle revenue, and dropped the food line $10,000 to offset that. Our expense, the jail expense. I don't know if that plays a fact in your overall.
you're reducing other lines in your chart in 24?
Yes, was looking to increase, to offset, because there's an increase in the wages. And we was looking to offset that expense.
Yeah,
So it didn't show an increase in the jail budget. Am I explaining that right?
yeah, what was presented to the BAC wasn't the correct 6% increase on the wages for two guys. So we offset a couple of the lines in food, and it'll have to, the next time we give them a version
Okay.
of all those calculations, it'll show.
I just
And
want you. We're working on this all often.
But then it sounds to me like we're ready to do the tax on the jail cap and the Department 24.
because I don't have the full, I don't have it here, so.
So, and this isn't the last time we're gonna work on this,
Right,
correct?
that's what I'm,
So maybe we can just, now that we understand the issues.
Yep.
We could just wait for the numbers,
get a good clean.
right, get a good clean. So you're gonna take the 20% increases in the insurances. You're
Yep.
gonna reduce 24 by your suggestions, reduce the revenues. All right. And tell us what the hell it is. So,
And then getting back to the medical. That 900 that got parked there,
910,
that 910, that was a viable contract result.
that was a difference.
That was a number we pulled out, basically, was gonna be the 910. That's a number we kind of pulled out the air knowing, I guess the Western, we looked at the 640, if that didn't hit, we had the 910. We're gonna go to that.
What it was $1 million
1.5.
that we decided to put in there for a number, but we
Yeah.
reduced it by 90,000 because we didn't need we took 90,000 preparation out because we didn't expound the contract.
Right.
So anyways, that's how it ended up being. But the truth of the matter is, we never had $1 million contract proposal. We thought we had a 1.2, it turned out to be a 1.5 or something like
Yeah.
that. But we never had $1 million proposal. We had a 647 and a 1.5. So if we didn't take the 647, this is woefully inadequate to meet the 1.5.
Yeah, we would never have spent.
That's where I'm at, is I don't think there's any way I could ever sell you a medical for 1.5 million, knowing where the budget stands now. So I think we have to may have to get, commissioners involved to get this resolved with our attorney and them to get this rolling, so we have this strong number of 647. And, because if not, I feel we're gonna have to just have to continue what we're doing, unfortunately.
We got a problem. This is that some of the services we're providing now, sunsetting here at the end of the month. We need to get something in place because we're going to lose one of our service providers.
Okay, and the 647 is a proposal.
That is 647.
And she stands behind it.
She stands, I've talked to her several times, now it's just to try and get the insurance
So
our contract is asking for more insurance than other facilities have in their contracts proposed by our.
which I mean, to a degree was one of the questions is like, well, if we had to give some concessions, how much more might that estimated cost be? But also in addition to this, knowing where we would end up after today's conversation, my intent was to send a letter to Peter on the commissioner's behalf, if you're agreeable to that, basically indicating that all the factors you just stated, you're reducing the amount in the budget and expect to want to go with this contract as presented.
Make it work.
Somehow, yeah, that's work. And
So,
then,
he doesn't have a choice, he's got to somehow come up with a contract. This is, she's the only game in town.
do you have a rough idea, Tim, what she might be talking about for enhanced premiums to get?
I do not. She knows, she doesn't feel it should be a lot. So she just needs to look at it. I mean, I don't know if she
So it
can
doesn't
absorb
have
it
to-
for 1 year or
It
not.
wouldn't have to be a deal breaker necessarily.
I don't think so.
Well, not wanting to get into the weeds, here we go again, is that she is providing the same level of insurance that she provides to other facilities. She's got seven,
6 other facilities.
6 other facilities, she has the level of insurance. Yet our attorney wants her to have more. And are we talking again about this utopia that he'd like to have? And at one side, he says, you're gonna bite your words later, but can't we settle for what everybody else is settling for?
That's right. I was surprised this was a hang-up. I thought insurance, one premium covered all of it. They're not. That would be a standard.
Well, that is not going to be a deal breaker. That can't be a deal breaker. If you may have to tell Peter, you did your best. See what we can do, see if it's reasonable. That's all it takes to get a contract. Is to-
Michael's been in the loop with us, all the emails between Peter and everything, so we all know where we stand, expressing our concerns and such.
And
It's
I,
130 for the opiate. What line is that going to?
You just have to create one, I think, wouldn't we want to put 130,000 in there, Monica.
I think
For
so.
revenue.
You'll create a line.
It would be a transfer, because that's in a G account now, so.
And I think that'd be the cleanest, then we can show where that money went, so just throw it in another line, we can.
So it'd be,
Down the
show up
road.
as a reserve transfer.
Right. I will say that the 2504930, which came from Bill's sheet, that was why we made adjustments in 24. So the 2504930, if you want to vote on that for today, you can, but like Michael, with Michael's changes in insurance, that number might change slightly, but
So just wait. Yeah, we might just as well wait.
okay.
I'm confused at how my number could equal your number.
Because we made the reductions in 24 to make it work.
Oh,
We took some money away from his food line and his,
But arguably, like you said, if the BAC did vote at your request on the whole thing, and you want to protect yourself and
also.
vote on any changes that they made and recommended budget as well, I would assume. So
okay,
when-
I think, I'd like to wait for the number.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if we're gonna let that lie till the next meeting or next time we address it, I'd like to move on to town contract. The 2 suggestions I'm having for town contracts is more bookkeeping than changes in amounts. And it simply is because the present way they're showing their expenditures for airport wages is they're showing 2 full-time airport security deputies, and there's only 1.
You're in,
I'm now in town contracts, but I'm in
Well-
Department 12, and I'm now in wages, employee cost wages. And airport security wages right now, 156,374, based upon having 2 full-time deputies, but there's only 1 full-time deputy. So I'm just moving the balance from the 1 full-time deputy to the airport overtime account. so that it accurately reflects what's happening. So there's no change in numbers, it's just the way we show our expenditures. And the code wants to respond.
Currently, right now, on paper, and I think Monica could attest to this, there is 2 airport deputy positions. So that's why it is structured that way. In years past, even though there was 2, they had it structured almost like a, this is a poor way to describe it, but a smoke and mirrors concept. That ultimately, it is the same dollar amount that Commissioner Clark is opposing, but the reason for those 2 positions is because we made it this year for 2025, going forward, a realistic on paper to show actually where the structure is. But there is currently for 2024, there is two positions there on paper. So we're not looking to grow a position per se. It's what we already have for staffing. But that's why it is structured in that wage line for 2025.
But they only intended to have 1 full-time, and the balance was to pay everybody else's wages. And so all I'm doing is showing the 1 full-time and the balance, which is.
So Commissioner Clark, right now, the way we have it is that there is 2. You're referencing the one as in John Mahon, but we do have 2 on paper. That second person, though, we've been utilizing as a road deputy and cycling it out as, whatever, not as the same deputy every time. But it is 2 on paper. So the other deputy, for example, this past year, I believe on paper was Anthony Jones. But Anthony Jones was working the road, and when he would be, that person would be scheduled to work. We were just cycling it out with a deputy each time.
Anthony Jones is not paid out of Department 10.
He was paid out of the airport for this past year. We have had those 2 positions. Like I said, it's just we've had one solely dedicated to the airport, and then the other position, we've been cycling a deputy out to cover those shifts. So 2 deputies have been working the airport. It's just not the same 2 deputies every day per se. That's why that number is, that's why it's structured like that.
So on your data sheet there, Michael, you show John Mahon's gross wages and Anthony Jones' gross
So
wages.
the new one for 25, if I recall, showed the 1 position Mahon, and then had another position that was termed like deputy or whatever, but it wasn't assigned, if I recall.
So, yes, the reason for that is again, to make it a realistic budget as far as where people are on paper. I moved Anthony Jones from the airport to Department 10 to reflect what he's actually doing. And in return, then I'm moving a person actually dedicated to the airport like John Mahon to accurately reflect their job roles.
In payroll, is Anthony Jones paid from Department 12 or Department 10?
Right now, it's
Should, well,
12, I think.
yeah.
It is 12?
There's no change in numbers here, it's just where
No,
they
I
are.
know it, and if in fact that is true, I withdraw both of these because I thought I did not realize that we were. At some point, you had to use somebody's wages though for your calculation, correct?
Yeah, that was deputy stuff built in.
Must have been Jones, he used his salary as a wage.
For 2024, we did, yes. For 2025, what we did is we utilized what we would bring somebody in at, or the highest step that we could bring somebody in at, so that we're not short money. I mean, based on what we have received for applications, we have some blueprints that have
Is
applied.
somebody still coming, are you still having 2 full-time deputies coming out of the
Correct,
Department 12?
yes. There's no change as far as positions or personnel per se.
You've got to name somebody then, correct?
Right now, it is it's basically a placeholder because we do have, we did anticipate Detective Jennings resigning, so that's gonna create some movement. So I had to put a placeholder there for a person for 2025 to go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna withdraw my, anything to do with town contracts. So if we can move on to civil process, unless you guys got something else. looking at civil process line, gas line, 10-200. Wait a minute, was there liability in town contract?
No.
No, okay, so we can go to civil process. And I'm going to move that we reduce the gas account in Department 13, line 10-200 from 5,000 to 4,000. Nine-year average, the 9-month average and whatnot, it's $2,800.
5-year actual,
5 years is
31,
40. Yeah.
32.
All right.
Second,
All those in favor?
aye.
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 In Department 13, civil line 60-125. We're reducing that from 8,500 to 7,500. Keeping it at the 24 level.
That's based on, that amount is based on, what is that? The reimbursement for,
If somebody overpays a bill, they need, that's what they need to pay them back.
A lot of times that may like apply if somebody pays a bill for service, but we aren't able to complete that service, then you have to reimburse them.
It's a refund is what it is. And technically, if you've had 8,500 off of a refund, you want 85 in there, whatnot, because it's reduction in your gross revenue. But if you're only 7,500, you don't want to be raised to 85.
okay. Second,
All those in favor?
aye.
Aye. And civil 13, vehicle reserve account 70-300, reducing that from 10,000 to 8,000.
So that's the account that buys that vehicle.
That buys vehicles, right.
Yeah, and then there's 26 change in there. Does that put us in a predicament later?
I'm not sure what we have for a G account reserve for
26,000.
26,000. Then
And we're getting over 10 grand now for trade-ins on pickups of 125,000. This isn't a cruiser, it's just a passenger car vehicle that he's using for transportation. He should be able to get 125, 140,000 of that vehicle.
well, Commissioner Clark's point in this instance is that we did purchase a new one this past year utilizing ARPA funds, so 8,000 I think would be reasonable.
Okay, so second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nothing else is civil, I'll go in IT. And Banyan was here, Ashley, he's not around. IT expenditure 70-105, cyber tech. It's a reserve account for his cybersecurity technology. I don't know how to put this without sounding like I'm bashing him, but somewhere between not having any cybersecurity, a little over a year ago, and locked up like Fort Knox, there's gotta be a happy medium. I mean, I don't know what it is, but, having to take a test every week. I mean, I can't even sit here and use my computer because it logs out on me every 4 minutes. And I'm just saying that maybe Chuck needs to sit down with Banyan and say, okay, we're going to provide a certain level of cybersecurity, and then the rest of it, Chuck could use his services for all other IT work. And the message I'd like to send, I'd like to move that we reduce this to 10,000. The message is that lighten up, man, that we just can't continue to have this, I won't call it exorbitant, but this somewhat stressful level of cybersecurity. So my motion is to reduce IT line 7105 cyber tech to $10,000.
So if I remember this, this was an account for future. This person,
It doesn't say what it is, it says future needs.
Yeah, so the notation says establish account to set up a new G account reserved for future needs.
And I suspect that that's future needs for cybersecurity, whatever that is.
A lot of that is that software that we bought and all those other things. So I mean, none of this is going towards personnel or anything. That's just
or a
towards the
service.
continuation of the software and other things that we bought, or your fingerprint identification thing that's on all our desktops now and all those other programs, training and everything else that goes with it.
So that, but I thought he was creating a reserve account for an ongoing cost.
Yeah, just like you would advise them to do with the servers and stuff. This is just, there was no reserve account for all these additional software, equipment, programs, everything that's needed to secure. So that's why I think even at the commissioners urging that you suggested that there's a reserve account be set up to put towards that for future needs, because obviously you're not gonna have the ARPA funding that in many cases was used to pay for this.
And you're just scaling it back.
We don't know what he's planning. And I'm just saying, as you're planning, Banyan, and whatnot, lighten up a little bit, you know what I mean? We just can't be this ultra conservative and ultra secure. Just the email would speak. Andy would speak. Yeah.
I certainly don't want to own it, but I can tell you that for me to receive a dime in funding, federal funding, everything that's being done is mandated for compliance. And that needs to be certified by Banyan and Chuck every year. Before I can even submit the grant application. And yeah, I mean, I'm a victim of it as much as anyone, and I see it as very onerous, but I'm highly confident that what is being prescribed for us and the process that they've put in place really is mandated.
Did they mandate the inside man video?
No, those are subscriptions, it's not.
You know,
No.
that's my point is that.
No, I think that's first off, those aren't mandatory. They're not mandatory, they're voluntary.
Nevertheless, they're part of the cybersecurity we're paying for.
And I don't want to be critical of the path that's been chosen, but I certainly know what the destination requirement is. And that, so I can very much speak to that.
So that's how we become compliant through these programs.
Correct.
Because we have to be compliant to even apply for grants.
Yeah, correct. And it's the federal government who's requiring
Also
this.
your own security, I mean,
Yeah.
your own insurance and all that as well, because if the county doesn't do certain things, then the insurance that you do provide could be basically determined to be void. So there are certain elements to this, not just the grants and other funding. I mean, the reality is we've had infiltrations, everything that's been done through at least 2 occasions that I know of. And they are getting more creative. And I understand the non-tech people of the world don't understand this, but the reality is we get infiltrated once and we're not compliant one way or the other. The county could end up losing a lot more than $5,000.
Yeah, and our insurance is not gonna cover it.
I mean, and I'll be the first to say, I swear at that computer every time I have to put my damn finger back down on that thing to get back on after it's kicked me out, which feels like 5 minutes. But you know, it's the age we live in now, and it's not just because we live in Hancock County, Maine. they're coming after us too. We're getting hit just like everybody else, so the risk is there.
Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. I withdraw my motion, and if there's nothing else, let's move on. I have nothing until we get to the drug task force. I have nothing in. Oh, did we miss any insurances here?
I didn't see anything else in anything going down to. Gail was the last one I saw that we actually specifically budgeted.
Okay.
Animal control has vehicle insurance.
Did I skip over that?
No.
Insurance. Life insurance. I don't know, there isn't.
I mean, there should be, but you probably have
Something you will later, something you will do at another time.
Yeah.
Are we ready to go to the drug task force? Yeah. All right. Drug task force, as you recall, we have an arrangement right now with NDEA that says if they provide the first of 2 agents and fully fund that, once that agent is up and funded, then we will provide the second agent. So the sheriff's office has said they want to provide 2 agents in 2025. Well, the sheriff's department is looking right now at the loss of a detective. That's going to require another hire, a promotion probably from within the ranks to detectives and a new hire there. They've got a deputy that's looking to go to state police. They got another deputy looking to go to Marine Patrol. Another deputy's got his house on the market to sell if he does something. They're facing a potential in 25 for several replacements just to keep present staff. And so putting somebody in the drug task force would not be a priority. The priority to me would be replacing the staff they're losing in their existing staff. And if, worst case scenario, they lose 2, 3, 4 people, they've got to try to find 2 or 3 or 4 people just to keep that staff. So my point is that, A, they're not going to put anybody in the task force that the state is going to pay for because they don't have that warm body. If they do, they got to replace them. They're already looking at replacing 2 or 3 or 4, whatever it is. And the fact that they're going to replace 2 is even more remote. So what I'd like to do in the drug task force and whatnot is to remove monies, any funds in there, expenditures and whatnot, for the second agent that we would be paying for. With the idea that there is $46,000 right now in the drug task force reserve account. And if and when they ever get to the point of adding the second agent, they're able to do that, that we pay for that out of the drug task force reserve account, and we don't raise any money in the budget for that position. Now, I've asked Michael to do some figures, and I'm still not sure as we've got it right, because I don't think I told Michael the right way to do it. But
Yeah, it was, I'll acknowledge that, but it was hard, and then other people looked at it too and couldn't identify, so I basically took my best guess at factoring everything in based on what you had. The one difference I know too is you had like 46,000, but according to the actual account, there's only 40,000 in there, so I think, so that was less too. But yes, I'm not sticking by those numbers by any means 100%.
the bottom line is that when we get all done, we're not going to raise any money in the drug task force. We're not for taxation. Any funding that we provide for that will come out of the task force reserve account. And that is not a risk as far as I'm concerned, because they're not going to be needing funds for the second deputy on January 1st. And 40,000 would support how long, Michael, did you?
Well, if you figure 40,000 to be benefits and everything else, that was about roughly 17 weeks. I mean, it's right in that area.
17 weeks?
Yeah.
So that would be like,
I mean, the bulk of that ends up being benefits.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but.
that'd be like middle of September.
Okay, but doesn't that decrease our revenues?
Of course it does, but the revenues for the drug task force are offsetting revenues.
Yes, so my point is,
Right, so you would decrease the revenues if you decrease your expenditures.
so that there's hardly any tax implication,
Well,
because
there is a tax implication because we pay for the deputy's share of the pay on the second deputy. They only pay the difference between his pay and the agent's pay. So we're paying the full amount of the deputy's regular pay and the benefits.
And that's saying the difference, which is about 9,000, a little, almost 10,000.
It's different in what the state's paying and
What
what
they
they,
pay and what
well,
we
we're
pay.
paying over 100,000
Yeah,
for
with
wages
everything.
and benefits,
Yeah.
raising that from taxation. Now, what happens is that you're gonna decrease your revenue because we're not going to be doing this, but if for some reason the deputy, if you hired somebody the middle of September and you had funds enough in your in reserve account to do that, then you would start billing the state and it would be unanticipated revenue. We just would, but it would be offsetting the revenue difference.
so you would be taking the revenue out. And this officer, for lack of this deputy out.
$9,942, right?
Commissioner Clark, correct me if I'm wrong, you're talking about the removal of the county paid position and leaving the state funded one in there.
Yeah, because, yeah.
So it'd be a
That's-
difference of
if they don't hire
9,000.
the state funded
On-
position, you don't have the expense, you don't have the revenue.
Yeah.
But if they do, there's no reason not to leave it in there because it's
So
offsetting.
one for one,
Right, it's offsetting. All I'm doing is removing the second agent from the task force because that involves over $100,000 worth of
taxation.
Right. We can save that taxation money because there's a damn good chance we're not gonna need it anyways.
And if it does come to fruition, there's a reserve account that's got.
Right.
40,000.
So my only thought on that, Commissioner, is, again, I agree with Commissioner Clark to some extent as far as, it's very unlikely that we would have a body to fill that on January 1. I certainly agree with that. The proposal I'd like to say to you is, what about funding it for July 1? The reason I say that is because it does save some of that taxation. I do anticipate, like I had mentioned, we do have some applications that we've already received, so I do anticipate to be able to fill some vacancies. But furthermore, if we do have that reserve account, that 40,000 or the 46, whatever that number ends up being, if you would fund it July 1 and we do become full staff and are able to send somebody over there in February or March, then we do have those reserves to bridge the distance. So if you fund it, the county paid position, July 1, it does save some taxation money there, but it also allows us that flexibility if we are able to go full staff in January, February, whatever that may be, to then utilize that position.
So that amount is what? So you're talking.
I don't know because that's what.
And then you'd have to, then basically we'd have to calculate back from July, 6 months worth,
But you'd have to,
which you can do.
from the middle of September back to July 1st or something, whatever. But let me ask Dakota something. Worst case scenario. These rumored departures that are out there, if they all materialized, you had 4 people, existing staff members today, including Jennings, that you had to replace. You had 2 new deputies, it's been approved by the VAC, and you had 2 people you wanted to put into the drug task force. What positions would you fill before the drug task force?
I agree with your stance. Certainly we'd fill the patrol positions that we have.
You'd fill all 6 of those before you last 2.
Right, correct. We do have an
So-
obligation. to
And
run
that's
those
my point,
police.
is that, you know, with the issues they've had, just trying to keep one here, one there, where in the hell are they gonna find 6, 7 applicants, you know, for all these positions? So the likelihood of filling the agency is so remote that I don't see, I'd rather take the risk that we might have to go find some money if you did do that, than having to charge the taxpayer monies that we never spent. Because once you raise it, they're there. And there's also, now is that the state police have shown an interest in putting troopers into the drug task force. And there is a potential for one of those 2 positions, or maybe both of them, are going to be filled by the state police, not by the sheriff's department. So there's so many ifs that I don't think it's fair to take the safe road and assess property taxes when we could do something different and save them.
Again, my thought is assuming what Commissioner Clark is referencing for rumored positions, I'm not confident that. I am confident that I don't believe we'll have 4 departures. To say that we won't have any, I won't dispute that. Now, with that being said, like I said, we do have some blueprints that have applied. We do have some other applicants that appear to be good applicants that have applied as well. So I do anticipate being able to fill those positions. I do agree again with what he's saying as far as taxation. And once again, I will agree that I don't think we would fill that position on January 1. I think I guess, a middle ground to not run into the same position that we ran into this year as far as once you go full staff, let's find the funds. Well, that proved to be an issue this year. So that's why I'm proposing that July 1 to save some taxation, but I do suspect that we would be able to fill it, and that's why I asked that.
I'm going to move that revenues for the drug task force, line 112, to be reduced to 131,834.
But that difference of $9,942, that's the difference.
That's taking the county funded position.
Yeah,
That's the county's funded position. That's the difference between that our pay and the state's pay.
and under the sheriff's department recommendation or comment, would you have that amount?
We would, if you were to fund that position following July 1, you'd fund half of that amount. Or you'd put half of that amount in the reserves.
So here's my thinking with that is that, well, we're just kicking it down the road here, just like we did this year. This is what we'd be doing. You're saying likely we would.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, like this year we had none. We're having to raise the whole thing this year. Right?
Correct.
In 25?
Yes.
You're correct.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't a case of not having the funds in 24. It's a case they didn't have anybody to put in it.
Well,
We did
Yes.
raise, we did raise.
And
But
in
that was also
25, they're going to have even less ability to put people in it. Worst case scenario.
so
And
let's.
and it's not 50% of the 9,000. It's the difference between the $40,000, for 3.5 months and
Because we
6
have a,
months.
because
We have the reserve account. And I'm saying now it's such an insignificant amount of money. Why are we raising anything? When there's such a risk, they're not even going to be able to put money in there again. So
Doing about what we did last year with this, with Bill's recommendations, we're doing about what we did last year, which is the agent.
State funded.
Right.
we had the same situation in 24.
Yeah.
They didn't fill it. I don't think the chances of filling it in 25 is any better.
Because is that it's we couldn't fill it this last year, or we didn't fill it because we didn't have the money?
We didn't fill it because we didn't have any money. There was no positions put into it for 2024. But I mean, again, I would say it would echo back to a similar situation that we ran into when it was, you know, almost the same effect of the additional positions. You know, once you go full staff and back for additional positions, we did, then we didn't have the funding to do it. Now, I agree with what Commissioner Clark is saying. Well, you have reserve funds, so you could bridge it for 17 weeks. What I was proposing was the July 1. The reason for that is because what Commissioner Clark, Parity is proposing or stating, I believe, is that if you fund it July 1, going forward, if you would maintain that position next year, you're not raising 100% of those wages. You only need to do 50%. So to not be put back in the same position last year of looking, or next year for looking at such an increase, you're only again funding a half more position, that other half next year, bridging that gap.
You had, excuse me, you had enough money to do 4 months in 24. Why didn't you transfer somebody there in Labor Day? You had money enough. That was always been the arrangement that you could put somebody in there. If the state had done theirs, you would have done yours. To say that there was no bodies, I mean, there was no money is incorrect. You couldn't put anybody in until the state put theirs in, and then nobody put anybody in.
The state did not have a state funded position at that time, you are correct. So the state did not hold up that part of it. The other side of it is to be quite honest, I didn't look at the G account and using that for wages, the reserve. We're looking at the budget, and the budget for what was approved for 24 didn't have it in it.
We left that, there would not be any money raised, but if the state put one fully funded guy in, they could find another guy that we would use reserve monies.
Yeah,
That never happened, and it's not gonna happen any better in 25, the way things are going.
Well, yes, because they have a person, the state has a person.
No,
Oh, they don't?
nobody has a person yet. Nobody's talking, I mean, that SP is talking about starting to put troopers in there. That's just.
I think what Commissioner Parity was referencing was the state funded position. There would be a state funded position, not necessarily an individual, named individual, but a state funded position.
So they are funding a position.
Under this concept.
I wasn't aware that there wasn't funding it last year. They agreed to this whole concept that we would put a second guy in if they put the first guy in.
Yeah,
And I wasn't under the impression that they wasn't going to because they didn't have the funds.
They didn't. That's been the case up until now. And what they wanted to do is their fiscal year being whatever, July 1, they wanted to wait a few months into that fiscal year to ensure that they would have those funds to allocate for a state funded position.
So those proposal on mine is that if it happens, we won't shock the next year as bad. That's all I'm doing is trying to buy somewhat of an insurance policy for basically $5,000. Now, is it worth doing that? That's what we're arguing.
But when you talk, it might be a shock to the task force account. The overall budget is not going to be because next year we're not going to see a $700,000 increase to the jail tax cap.
Yeah.
So I mean, all I'm trying to do is find money this year to soften the increase. I still say that if there is a risk, I like to have the risk in favor of the taxpayer, not for the family.
Okay.
My motion is on the floor.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So we need to go down through in the revenues, the employee insurance has got to be reduced. Motion is to reduce that to $4,824. That's consistent with what we've just done.
I guess I'm looking at it.
So I guess part of the question I have is that if you're talking about reserving, well, there's a couple different things, but with the insurances and other stuff, if we go down through, you're talking about doing away with that position to the budget. And some of these other ones, obviously, we're assuming that you were raising that amount. So I mean, some of these figures would be downgraded by the minute you took out that other funded position beyond just the other amount, but,
Yeah, because if you ended up using the reserve, you would need a little money
so
here.
you'd have the reserve, but then you'd have the way it's structured right now. It's based on what the actual cost would be for 40, whatever it was in the reserve account.
Right, so in other words, this would be the revenue that we get from the agents. If you hired somebody at $40,000 a year. and
If
another
you
one
transfer
full-time.
that back in. But then
And that's what it
arguably,
should be, because that's what the premise is right now, is that we're gonna hire the second person at a time when $40,000 would cover his wages and benefits. So if that's the case, that's what the $4,884 is. That's $24.
So it should be reduced by
$4,824. $2,400.
21. Sorry to have you, make you repeat that again, but, so that, we're talking about that employee
Right now,
insurance line, 6994.
right now, the Budget Advisory Committee number represents an agent going to work for the
Yeah.
county day one.
Yeah, I get that.
We're amending that, so that second agent, the one we're paying for, doesn't go to work until Labor Day or a week or so after, something like that.
And now we're gonna pay for that as the reserve.
Right.
Okay, but does the reserve cover that 6994 or
Well,
that incremental amount? No.
Well, the reserve, it doesn't, the reserve is not affected by the revenue. The revenue is the amount that the employees
Oh,
want to
yeah,
pay for
that's on
insurance.
expense.
Right,
Yeah, so you're saying the revenue is gonna be less?
right, because we're working for this.
Yeah.
We're working 12 months, he's only working 4 months.
And you're saying it should be what?
$4,824.
I didn't do the math, but
It's already-
somebody did.
It's already been done, yeah.
Yeah.
Michael did the math for us.
Second.
all those in favor.
All right.
All right. On the expenditure side, keeping with what we've been talking about. The Drug Task Force Personal Services line 01-136 should be reduced to 101,630, and that's my motion.
That's our share of that
Second, yes,
second guy,
agent, right?
which is what we, okay, second.
All those in favor.
All right.
Aye. FICA needs to be reduced, needs to be,
Because all the rest of these are tied to that. Right?
right.
Okay, so how about making them all, and then I'll second it.
Sorry, in other words,
So do you want to deal with each line?
well,
Okay.
The VAC.
Okay,
FICA is going to be reduced to $7,775.
okay,
All those in favor.
all right,
Aye. Retirement's going to be reduced to $12,094.
second,
All those in favor.
all right,
Health insurance is going to be reduced to $38,300.
second,
All those in favor.
all right,
Aye. Workers' comp is going to be reduced to $3,496.
all right, second,
All those in favor.
all right.
Aye. That's all I have for the drug task force. So, the only one left is the sheriff's department. Now, I have no recommendations for the revenue. Two gentlemen, do we go to yeah, okay. The first one is, the first one I want to talk about is the regular line, personal services 01130. This is the one that
That's the two new positions.
has the two new positions in it. Now, I provided a two-page report with bullet points on the several issues that lead me to oppose the two new deputies. I think the ones that we should be really cognizant of is, first of all, big one is that this line, some of this is going to be increases in the contract, in the wages of the existing staff. But this is basically $180,000 increase in just that line alone. And 138,000 of that represents just the salaries for two new people. And when we look at why we're 22% increase, and you see one line, $138,000 new salaries, that should be an eye opener. I think on top of that and whatnot, I think despite all the rhetoric, I think they have failed to show that there is a need for additional staff members. They have admitted that all the calls right now are being answered, that although there's an increase in the potential activity, when you do the math for calls, for estimated calls for 24, there is actually a decrease over 23. And not factoring in the fact that we have now given the airport deputy the kind of schedule that allows for 32 weeks a year, that he's going to be available 9 hours a day, half the week. Is the equivalent of half a man. And when you take the average number of calls projected, especially during the weekdays, when you could have up to 4 deputies, a lieutenant, two detectives, and the chief deputy, then you're talking about 9 people and whatnot, handling 9 calls every 12 hours. And it just isn't the documented data here that supports having to need more people. And at a time when this budget is up 22%, more people is what's going to drive the budget up every year from now. It's not just a one-time hit. And so
Okay, so I mean, to speak to that, again, Commissioner Clark's point, to save some taxation, I think that the sheriff's office would be more than content in spirit of trying to save some funds with starting one position July 1 in order to stagger that to save some funds, looking at that and meeting with Monica, that savings when you factor in the fringe benefits and things as such comes to $48,948.08 by doing that. I think it's, due to having to fill some vacancies, I think it's very reasonable to say that, with one starting January 1 and one starting July 1, that would be appropriate. I don't anticipate being able to fill both of them right on January 1. So I think to save some funds there. The other thing I would say or remind you of is that, there was some meetings where we did have some communities to come in, or as far as what some members of the BAC committee did say, they have expressed a need or a desire for more law enforcement services or personnel. Lastly, in reference to those calls for service, what I would say is that, once again, I provided those statistics, which I believe to be the most objective way to provide those, to provide the need or to illustrate the need. The other thing that I would say is that you look at historically over the last couple of years, our responsibilities changed from covering half the county to 2/3. Our calls for service then, in conjunction with that, went up as expected. The other thing I would say is if you boil it down to 2.5 calls for service every hour or whatever number that Commissioner Clark provided, I would remind you that it's not, the world doesn't work in a perfect way where every hour you get 2.5 calls for service. There are days where we get, that number. Sure, there's days where we probably average 1 call for service. Then there's days when we average 4 or 5. It certainly depends. It also, in that regard, as we've illustrated, times have changed over the years. Back, early 2000s, you were typing reports or you were writing reports on a flashcard. That's not the case anymore. Our time and our obligations have changed, or as far as reports and different mandates, different laws that have regulated us to do different things. And there are different types of calls for service that we respond to that take hours or sometimes days. And then you also have the follow-up or the reports on the back end of that. The last thing I would say, just to Commissioner Clark's point about the additional personnel working during the day hours, is that those additional personnel also have other responsibilities and other jobs that they have to tend to. That would be the same as saying that your store manager is, the same as a customer service associate type of deal. They both have their jobs and their different roles. And if you take that store manager and always apply him to a customer associate, he can't fulfill his duties either. So that's why we do have the different ranking structure. Overall, I do think that there's a need. I think the public has relayed that, and our proposal would be to start 1 position July 1 to mitigate some of those costs.
You're still gonna have 2 come January of 2026. You're still gonna have 2 come July 1st, and they don't need 2 positions.
Can't find Before we go on, make a decision on this part, I did have a question though. So, next up, you got this detective line. I'm just kind of wondering how this one works into it. How's that? We just jump to that for just a second. I don't understand how.
Yeah, approve the resignation of one of the 2 detectives. And giving the possibility of additional resignation from the department between now and January 1st, it would make sense that they would have to replace the road patrol staff before they promoted a detective. You need your basic staffing level before you promote a detective. And so they're gonna spend several months, if they have worst case scenario departures, just getting their regular patrol staff up to staff before they can now devote that position to a detective. And so I'm simply suggesting that we fund a detective effective July 1st, that second detective July 1st, because it could be that late in the year before they get everybody else filled. So I'm not deleting the detective, I'm simply saying that why are we raising 6 months of detective's pay if it's gonna take 6 months before they can get to replacing it?
Well, but you're assuming that it's gonna take 6 months.
I can tell you that we've already posted the position. We already have applicants in-house, and we already have applicants out of house. And like I said, we have received other applications as well. I fully anticipate being able to fill the detective's position come first couple of weeks of January.
And you have to say to yourself, is that being responsible? And is if they're talking about needing more patrol staff, is that responsible to make a second detective at a time when they don't have enough of their regular patrol staff?
Well, how do
My
we
answer
know?
to that would be that yes, it is responsible because those detectives handle your sex assaults, your child abuse, your child pornography, and your burglaries, robberies, and extensive investigations. So while we do have a responsibility to the road, you simply can't say to those investigations either that, we'll see in 6 months, we still have an obligation to investigate those as well, which is why I do anticipate having the ability and fully staffing that position beginning of January, first couple weeks of January.
Now, again, we're under the impression that it takes 2 people to do all that. And we don't know that. We don't know that 1 detective can't handle the minimum amount of work that detectives should be. The patrol staff is gonna have to pick up the slack until they can get us fully staffed and so on.
Well, I'm having trouble with, that's if we rely on, I don't know what to call it, but the hearsay.
It's more than hearsay. More than hearsay. Zach Allen is all but in the Marine Patrol. He's gonna be gone before the end of the year. Hunter Fernal and whatnot is in the last throes. All he has is a colonel's interview, and he's gonna be gone. And all I have to do is drive by John Stanley's house, and there's a for sale sign on the lawn. He's got his house on the market. So I'm saying, this is not hearsay. This is the unfortunate situation that's occurring right now with the threat to the sheriff's department of losing deputies. I'm not a conspiracy maker here. I'm just telling you what's happening. And if you want to take Dakota out for lunch and have him be honest with you, he'll tell you the same thing. He's worried about that, but he knows that's almost inevitable. Those things are going to occur.
Once again, my position on that would be is that this is a vital position for the citizens of Hancock County in these cases that those detectives handle. I believe even under your reign, Commissioner Clark, you had 2 detectives, did you not? When you left office as sheriff, did you not have 2 detectives?
Yep, and I'm not taking another detective away from you.
Well,
But the
I
difference
get
is
that.
now, there's a lot of things that the 2 detectives were doing before, is now being done by the detective in the DA's office. So I mean,
I
this
can
is
tell
like
that's
we don't
not the
have,
case.
2 detectives. We have a detective in the DA's office that's now handling a lot of, well, yes, he's handling a lot of the stuff that the DA's office was asking the sheriff's department detectives to do for him. So I mean, there is backup staff out there. And when I'm talking about reducing the budget to the point of a half a detective for 6 months and whatnot, and saving that amount of raised by taxation, well, that should go a lot farther than the rhetoric that, oh, we have all this work we need to do.
Well, I'm looking at the totality of it, and this from the ask, they're now asking for 1.5 positions, basically.
Well, that's bullshit, because they're asking for 2 positions, and they're gonna have 2 positions come July 1st. And that's important because it's 2 positions forever. It's not like they're buying 1.5 cars and when they're gone, they're gonna junk them out. They have 2 positions come July 1st, it's 2 positions forever. And every time you make a position, you gotta remember about whether or not you want to pay for that for the rest of the life of the department.
The only thing I'd remind you, Commissioners, is Commissioner Clark, 2 detectives. I understand he's saying he's not gonna take a detective's position away, he's funding half the year. But that's half of the year that I need a second detective to handle the cases such as I explained to you. To go down to 1 detective, I mean, quite honestly, I don't wanna be the person to talk to that victim, that family and say, you know what? I only have 1 position budgeted right now, I'd love to fill it, but I can't. Those are serious crimes that those detectives handle. And I do, as I said, we do have applications. I do fully anticipate being able to staff that position going into the new year.
You know, to save his staff and put him towards staff at this basic staffing level, because he's probably gonna need it.
Well, I guess where I'm at is the of the 2 positions, starting 1 in July, that makes sense.
Why are you giving him any more, Paul? I've given you 2 pages of bullet points why I'm opposed to that. Tell me why you think he needs more people.
Well, because we have community members that have stated such, and, you know, I'm at a disadvantage here because I haven't been a sheriff or worked in that department. And, you know, it's one, it's two parties opposing each other. I feel like we're hamstringing the sheriff's department.
Yeah, but you don't know why. All you're saying is what you believe, but you don't know why you believe it. I mean, you've got 2 pages of bullet points on issues of why we should be opposing this, and there isn't. You talk about the public needing it. The public is getting every complaint they make answered. The sheriff said that at the BAC meeting on the direct question. Yes, all complaints are being handled. Now, you talk about some of those that did comment about that. Well, I gotta tell you that if you're in Stonington, you want more patrol people, just adding a person is not gonna add traffic to Stonington because they're at the end of the road. They're not gonna see those additional people unless they have additional complaints. Right now, all their complaints are being handled. If you approve 2 more people, you're doing it simply because you want to accommodate the sheriff, not because you have any good reason to believe that they need them.
No, they made a case and.
They didn't make a case. They failed to make the case that they needed more people. The truth of the matter is they asked for 2 because they thought if they asked for 2, you'd give them 1. That's always been the point.
That's not our
You
position.
never made a position to anybody about needing 2. You talked about all the increase.
I did, Commissioner Clark, and I did that when I broke it down with the statistics. When you were sheriff, why would you ask for additional positions? Because you felt that you need to bolster your staff
And if
to
I
meet
asked
the
for additional
demands.
position, I asked for the number I needed. I didn't inflate it
did.
hoping to get something less.
I did ask for 2. That's why I'm not backing down and saying, let's go to 1. I'm saying, let's try to ease the taxation
Don't back
and
down
go
at
to
all,
1
because you're
in
getting
July
everything
1.
you want. So I wouldn't back down. I don't blame you for not backing down.
I'm not getting everything I want. I said, let's go July 1. I didn't say anything about I made my position on the drug task force. You made yours. It is what it is. I understand that there needs to be cuts, but that's why we proposed that, to try to bridge the gap here and satisfy both ends while still obtaining what we feel that we need to move forward.
You're the ones that's gonna have to face the public about whatever this increase is when we get done.
John, where
I'm much willing to compromise on it. So,
well, we've got to do something because we've got to be unanimous.
Yep.
So, I mean, I understand all the points here and I'm at a disadvantage because
you do.
I just don't know the workings. We have to be unanimous
Sure.
or the BAC number stays, right? Do I have that right?
Yeah, if we like, yeah. So let's approve 1 deputy effective July 1st. 1 new deputy of July 1st. He's not, even if you give him 2 deputies January 1st, there's a good chance he never would get to those 2, just trying to fill his basic staffing level. And if you give him 1 July 1st, by the time he gets his basic staffing level complemented, he'd have time then to dedicate time towards his new position. So I would agree to 1 new position, July 1st.
And then leaving the detective where it is now?
Listen, that's one of my bad personality traits. I'd love to say I told you so. But if he's going to make a detective before January 1st and fill that position, and then he has several patrol positions vacant because he took a patrol position out of it and make a detective position, and he's got a staffing level problem in his patrol force. But nevertheless, if that's the way he wants to manage his funds, go ahead.
So I understand what you're saying, but you didn't answer my question of where you would leave that, whether you would leave that detective or not.
Listen, I want the detective to start yet on July 1st. If you don't want to do that, don't do anything, because right now the detective is in there for 12 months.
Commissioner Clark is asking you to operate off the same premise that he did last year with, we wouldn't be able to fill staffing, you're not gonna be able to do this. And much to his belief, if I told you so, we did. And then when we came to you, we didn't have funding. We're trying to meet our demands and our needs and what we feel the public is asking as you've heard before you. And that's why, again, we feel that we need these positions. And we're looking to start July 1 to help with that taxation. I mean, I would go as far as to say, if you wanted to start July 1 and March 1 to help mitigate it, I mean, but we will be able to fill these positions. I'm confident, we were confident last year. Again, much to the disbelief, we did do that. And to continue to operate on that premise, it only hurts us then when we try to come looking for these funds and we don't have them.
Yeah, Chief Deputy.
Yeah, Chief.
I can't go with just one detective till July 1. These two detectives are handling very important cases and victims and families of the cases that they're handling. I couldn't straight face tell them that we're gonna put you on the back burner. The one detective that we got right now, his caseload is buried. When the other detective left, some of his cases come over to him already. And he is just strapped and burdened with a workload.
There's such a disparity between the caseload of those two detectives. If you took the detective that's left and you look at the caseload and whatnot, you say to yourself, you mean you can't handle that caseload for 6 months with the DA's office and the patrol division?
Commissioner Clark, you are not part of the sheriff's office. You have no idea what that individual's caseload would look like.
Don't kid yourself. Don't kid yourself. You don't know what I know.
Steve, in one January 1st. 1, 2, 3, 2.
Do, say that again, do.
One.
July.
No.
Oh, yeah.
On January 1st.
You're gonna full-time, one additional full-time patrol on January 1st?
Yeah.
Gotta somehow agree here because
Well, it's
It takes
the
three of
equivalent,
us.
it's the equivalent of one. The only reason I would oppose that, John, is that if these predictions of people leaving come true, he's never gonna get to that position until he fills the people that left. And so you're gonna raise 6 months worth of wages, and he's not even gonna, and you're gonna waste it because he can't get to that person until he.
The problem I have with this, right, is so once again, I'm not sitting here saying that we don't have any applications. We received applications. To Commissioner Wambacker's point of, looking at sending people through the academy, that's 6 months when they go through FTO and then the academy, 6 months that they are not gonna have any implication as far as road staff goes. So to be able to do that, without these additional positions, if I were just to hire somebody and send them to the academy, I am overtiming shifts like crazy to fill our minimum staffing to meet our law enforcement obligations to what we're covering throughout the county. These additional positions, one in January 1 and one July 1, that's, to Commissioner Parody's point, I do agree we have to meet a middle ground. That's why we offered that up to try to meet a middle ground. Those additional positions would allow us the ability to look at sending somebody to the academy. But if you just say, well, we're just looking at one position and we're not looking at any, quite honestly, that pigeonholes us to our open positions to say, we're gonna be looking at a buyout, we're gonna be looking at loop-ins, because it's either that or you look at overtime shifts for 6 months. And that takes a toll on the budget, but it also takes a toll on our current personnel.
Well, here's the dilemma. If we don't agree, the BAC numbers stick, which is higher than any of this that we're talking about.
If you can live with that, live with it.
Oh, I don't like the BAC number. I'd like to save some money. That's why I'd like to find some middle ground somehow. I thought
And again,
John's
I'm
idea made
agreeing
sense.
to one additional new staff member in 25. The only reason I'm suggesting July 1st is that I don't think they can get to that new person by January 1st because of the existing resignations that would be faced that they're gonna have to fill first.
I think they'll do it just to spite you.
Well, they're gonna have to do it with stuff, you're gonna have to decide right now, because one of the issues you're gonna be talking about today is buyouts. And that seems to be the only way the sheriff's department can assure you that they're gonna fill all these positions, they're gonna need a lot of buyout.
Well, the only way I can send people to the academy and not need that buyout money is if I have staffing to cover the road obligations. So it's a combination of effects, which is why I'm saying that July 1 for one position, January 1. Giving us those two positions allows us to have the staffing to hire individuals, but also to send them to the academy and not need as much buyout money. I can't say, okay, no additional positions and no buyout money. It's gonna have to be a give and take, and that's why, again, I thought
And that's
we're
pure-
coming to you with
that's
the
pure
draft one in July,
pure
one in
rhetoric,
January.
just rhetoric. Good management and whatnot, the guy in the academy and whatnot, it was a lot fatter with trying to save money. I will agree to July 1st, John, on the man for 25.
John, I like your proposal just because there's not as many ifs in it.
You don't even know why you're giving one man. You just feel like that's, you just. I mean, it obviously it irritates me that I gave you 2 pages of reasons why you shouldn't be giving anybody, but it just.
Well,
And you have nothing in opposition to my position.
Well, they made a case for,
And I've told you in 2 pages why that they didn't make a case.
you're asking to take sides here.
You need to take, it's not a case of taking sides, you need to take a position. And it should be a responsible position based upon what you think they have justified and what you think the public can manage. It's a good idea that this decision was being made today, John, Paul, 3 months early.
I guess I'm not following that, but I think I just took a second. I'm not smart enough to realize it.
For now, do you want to move on to the other items on the list?
Well, we're gonna have to settle this, I mean, or what's here stays.
Right now, we're settling it, we're not voting on it.
We're doing,
No.
What?
is that what we're doing?
I didn't hear what we're doing.
If we don't settle it, then what the BAC number,
If you don't accept that BAC number, I have no further recommendations.
no, I do not want to accept that BAC number. I like John's proposal.
Under that proposal, is that the January 1, July 1, or no?
One deputy, his proposal is 1 deputy January 1st. Right, John?
Yeah.
Well, you're right. You make it January 1st and they'll do it just to spite us. The bottom line, they don't have vacancy, this still one field, they can call it, take the money and whatnot, not take the money from the other accounts. Well, let's leave for the time being, ask Michael and Monica to fund out 1 deputy January 1st with the applicable benefits. And then move on.
All right. Got travel listed in there.
No, we got a part-time.
Oh, sorry.
We got part-time, we got lunch.
I got in the sheriff's department 10, 901-300 part-time. I'm gonna move to reduce that to $5,000. If you look at the actual year-to-date for 9 months, it's a little over 1,000. 5-year actual is only 3,000.
Only thing I'd say on that is we did just bring on a part-timer a couple months ago. And we would like to be able to attempt at utilizing them to some extent. But in order to put them through training to FTO and things like that, it's gonna require some funds. So 5,000, we'd exceed that just on the FTO. And so it really doesn't leave any working capital for them to actually work in 25.
My motion is 5,000. That hasn't been seconded.
So we'll, okay, item time.
I'd move to line 01525, K-9 overtime, and reduce that from 42 to 35.
What, that was just a straight 6% increase? No.
No, it's a lot more, 6%.
Yeah, I know, that's why.
They had 32,000 before, this is still a $3,000 increase over the, this year's appropriation.
And they won't have spent it.
That 42,000, that number came from, they have to have so many training days each month to maintain their certification. That also accounts for the funds, that are paid, they get an hour straight time a day to care for their animals. So in conjunction with some call out, some money there for them actually to utilize the call outs, to maintain the animals, the hour of pay they get a day. And then the training days for their certification, that's how we got to that 42,000. Now, what I will say is that, that's towards the end of, worst case scenario. The reason that you see the actuals this year so far trailing far below that is due to a combination of two things. One being some of that, was when those individuals had submitted their payroll, some of that earlier in the year before we caught on to it was coded under that overtime line rather than the K-9 overtime line. So some of that is a little bit of misrepresentation. The second thing that I would say is that we were able to scale that back, in conjunction with myself and those deputies, looking at the K-9 training dates and trying to mitigate it to be on, working days when I was able to send them to try to limit some of that overtime. So due to those combinating factors, that's why that line is trailing under. Now, I can't guarantee, depending on when those training dates fall, for 25 that I'll be able to do it to that same extent, that I was this year, but we could shave some of that 42,000 off. I know Commissioner Clark is stating 35. Ideally, I'd like to see it closer to 37.5, 38. I think would be a more comfortable number. And the only reason I say that is, again, I'm not confident, not knowing what those training dates look like for 25, that I'm going to be able to mitigate it to that same extent.
So that would have been hard to document in a position, you would know exactly what the daily expense was for. They get 1 hour a day, regular time, for care of the animal. It would have been difficult to come up with the salary, the care of the day, the training, the money to come up with a number and say, okay, this is why we need 42. All we got to right now is the road.
No, that's overtime, that's not.
No, I'm saying, if they want to support it 42,000, why don't they give us a document that laid it out in detail, exactly why they needed this amount of money?
All right, I seconded the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
So you just brought it from 42 to 35.
Then we're
Now
going
you get out
down
of trouble,
to,
though, right? Because all the others are part of the.
Those are tied, yeah.
the benefits, coming down to the travel. I'm at 10, line 07, 100. We move it we reduce that to $8,000. 9 months is only 4,000 for a little over $6,000 this year. It's right now 10,000 is an increase of 2,500.
Second the motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Training, line 07600. Reduce that from 20 to 16. Anticipating that some of that $8,000 increase they were asking for was for new deputies. And we've reduced that new deputy from 2 to 1. The motion is $16,000.
Well, we haven't yet, right? Isn't that tied to the above lines?
Not really, I mean, it's I think we're all in agreement, it's not gonna be 2.
Well, it's 2 unless we agree
Last
on
year's
something.
budget was
I know, but we don't-
10,000.
But
Last year's budget was 10,000.
Last year's.
It was 12.
Well,
I believe year to date right now, we've exceeded that. I think we're at like 13.
figures were 10,000.
Okay. It's 16.
Even if year to date was 12,000, it's still only 16,000 for the year.
All right, I second that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Uniforms, line 10-100. I move that we reduce that to 15,000. Again, predicated upon the fact that we're not gonna hire as many people as
well, actually, we're gonna hire more people if just to fill positions. Right? If these people leave, we're gonna have to buy uniforms for them.
With that stuff, you have the uniforms, you have the vests, you have the equipment. So I will say that that actual on there obviously is higher now since that was 2 months ago. The other thing I would say is I also have some year-end expenses as far as ordering some vests and things like that are a little bit higher expense, so that's why we did put that increase in there. That's, I believe it was 2,500.
Well, even if you didn't hire, even if any positions, just the turnover is gonna cause them to go over that.
so now he's expecting a turnover. Before, that was all speculation.
Well,
To Commissioner
it's still
Parady's,
speculation.
to Commissioner Parady's point, I understand we gotta keep it compromise. What if we split the difference?
So you're talking about having that go to 16.
250.
I'll make it at 16, just to try to get
16.
Yeah.
All right, I'll second it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Vehicle maintenance. 2005. We've got a fleet full of brand new vehicles down there. Let's hope that that translates into fewer repairs. Like, I'm gonna move that we reduce that to $45,000. Even with what we've got down there now for 9 months, it was only 30.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 2,200 equipment. Again, we have a whole bunch of new equipment down there and whatnot, and hopefully that's gonna translate into fewer repairs. I move that we reduce that to $6,000.
That's what that is. That's maintenance and repairs. Right?
Right, that's the repair of the existing equipment.
And we're at,
Less than 2,500 right now.
yeah, but our budgeted The average has been above that. 5 years, excuse me. The actuals is above that.
Look at all the money we spent for new equipment, 24.
Are we gonna say $1,500? Okay. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I have no further.
The insurances,
Oh,
Yeah, we gotta deal with that.
is it just in the sheriff's account?
yeah, and so,
We already dealt with it in the jail, right?
Yeah, well, you indicated, because you didn't vote on the final jail one anyway, but you indicated for us to make that adjustment and the final
Okay.
recommendation that comes back to you.
So, 21.6. So in line, Department 10, insurance is line 25-100. I move that be $26,000.
And that's that's
That's a
20%.
That's a 20% increase.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 In line. Department 10, insurance, line 25-120 vehicle insurance. I move that be $60,000.
Second. Again, you applied 20%.
20%.
is there a vote?
You call the vote.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anything else, Mark?
As far as I know, that's, we can check through for the other insurances.
Okay, so
I'm sorry. Okay, the only other thing I was gonna say, I know that additional position is up in the air. Again, in the interest of looking at places where we can save money, that position is valuable to us. I know despite the differences, for the reasons that I've stated. One place that we feel that we could save some money in order to ultimately, like I said, that is a priority of ours to meet the citizens and what we feel. One place that we could look to save some money is under the reserve account. So we have slated to go for the vehicles is currently 250,000. Based on what we currently have in reserves and the action that was taken today utilizing ARPA funds, we do believe that we could cut that line down to 100,000, but in moving forward, but we do say that obviously with saying that, again, we understand there needs to be some compromise and save some on some taxation here, but our big priority here is with those additional positions. And so looking ahead, we do feel like we could move forward with 100,000, and we'd really like to try to prioritize some of these things in the budget here. So that alone, that savings would exceed the amount that you would essentially have saved by cutting that additional position. But I'd be, again, still offering even further more with starting that additional position July 1.
We don't have any cars we're gonna buy next year, right? Because we've just taken care of that.
Correct. That was the action today. We would not look at purchasing cars again until 2026. At which point, if we move this down to 100,000, we have approximately 279,000 in reserves. At which point we would look at again next year.
doing the same thing.
Doing the same thing. And so, you know, like I said, the funds that you would save by eliminating that position is, you know, for, well, it's approximately 98,000 and some change. And so by cutting this additional 150, it far exceeds what you would have saved by cutting that additional position But furthermore, again, I would not ask for that additional position to start January 1. I recommend or ask that it be July 1, further save another 49,000. But ultimately, once again, this is something that we looked at as administration. Where can we save, knowing that 22% increase was significant, and prioritizing what we feel that we need. It would be on the second page of Department 10, under reserve accounts.
Still waste a lot of time looking because I'm not going to agree with it.
70-200.
So I'd be proposing reducing that line from 250 down to 100, and in return, maintaining that additional position effective July 1.
And I'm not going to agree with that, so don't waste your time looking.
Well,
It'd be an
I think we
additional
should
savings.
change, I think we should change the vehicle reserves to 70.
And you looked, when you look at the, you call the new vehicles and everything, what do you think is gonna be happening? Like 26, 27?
Yes, so in that proposal that basically forecasting ahead in the future that I provided a few commissioners meetings ago, I had slated 5 to sell in 2025. I still stand by that. The one variable that was in there was that my truck that was being replaced from this previous order that we had done, we still currently have that truck. It's not feasible for us to sell that in 2024 at this point, so it'll be sold in 2025. We have the vehicles to mitigate these additional positions moving forward. So again, I would not be looking for any additional vehicles up front. Our vehicle, where we stand currently on our current fleet that we have on the ground, what has been approved, we would have the vehicles to sustain those 2 additional positions. Like I said, if you look at the overall savings as far as taxation and what we'd be saving the taxpayer, we save them far more money under this proposed arrangement of cutting this 250 down to 100 and starting 1 position in July 1. Total savings, you're looking at approximately $198,948 in comparison to just leaving the vehicle reserve line where it's at and eliminating that 1 position. Now you're only saving the 97,000 and some change. So under what I'm proposing, you save an additional 102,000 approximately. And in addition to that, again, we prioritize what we feel that we need to meet our demands.
So you're saying go from 250 to 100 on that account?
That is what we would suggest again, as a way to alleviate.
Move to change line 70-300 vehicles in the sheriff's budget to $100,000.
Well, yeah, but it's a package deal, as I understand. In other words,
That's not what my motion is.
well, nevertheless, what he wants in return though is the second deputy
I'm not
July 1st.
I'm not saying anything in return. That's my motion.
I'll second the motion, but I am worried. I'm worried if we don't have enough in reserve.
So I
It's
can,
gonna happen on
yeah,
like
so I can speak to that.
27.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving forward, we put 250 in there this year as basically a place mark, right? So I think today was a good indication looking at those bids, depending on whether it's a marked or unmarked. We're looking somewhere in the vicinity. I think a safe number to put it at is 75,000. And that's also assuming that we have to outfit every vehicle entirely moving forward, which should not be the case. We should be able to reutilize some equipment. But I think the safe mark is 75,000. Looking at that, if we go off of the figure of replacing 4, occasionally there will be a year where we replace 5, but looking at that, you're looking at 300,000 a year to turn over vehicles. With that being said, if we go in at 250 in our budget year next year, we will be able to utilize 50,000 from reserves. That still would leave us with 230 approximately. And then the following year, again, to mitigate some of that increase in the budget, I would then put in 265, a smaller increase to then bridge, okay, now we need to pull 35 from reserves type of deal. And so we would have enough, utilizing this method, we would have enough in reserves to bridge us through, I factor out about 2029, 2030. So we should have a plan set for it to bridge those years.
Yeah, because if you add what's in reserve, 100,000 this year and 100,000 next year, you get to what we just spent.
Yeah, but next year, they're gonna do 250,000, right?
Next year, we would be looking at doing that because that would be the budget for 2026 when we would be looking at purchasing vehicles.
Oh, that's right, so they
Yeah.
don't.
But doing that this year, that would give us that 279, which gives us the working reserves to soften that upfront cost the taxpayer is going through, presumably 2030 or roughly right about there. It would basically bridge it for about 5 years.
Oh,
All right, so I seconded it. All those in favor? Aye. All right. All right, so I think that's it for that portion.
Well, don't we need to give Michael and Monica some direction as to the numbers we'd like to see at the next meeting?
We did, didn't we?
I think the only other thing you haven't voted on, I think, is the deputies, correct?
Yeah.
And you'd asked us to come back with one.
Yeah.
Effective January 1st.
And the 11 department.
Yeah, Department 11 adjustment.
That's what we asked. We just haven't voted.
I wasn't sure that they understood that we were looking
Sure.
for the numbers for January 1 day.
Yes.
I mean, you know where our position obviously is going to be on that. And it's completely your position, your purview. I don't know if you'd be interested in seeing the numbers for one in January, one effective in July, so you can see the comparison, but
Would that be hard to do?
No.
Then, yes. Just so we have we can.
All right, where are we at now?
Are you in agreement with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
The only thing I have to say is that if ultimately you agree to that, 1 in January, 1 in July, and whatnot, at a time when you would reduce the amount of money you're raising for cruises, because now you're gonna need 2 more cruises. Fleet, you're gonna need 2 more cruises, you might have 2 more deputies. This whole notion,
Well,
well, we're
that's-
gonna give them spares, and that's hush it, because first time they buy cars, they're gonna look at the fleet, who's got the oldest cars, they're gonna get the new ones. So remember that.
Well, that's.
You can't have it both ways. You can really add more deputies, you can't reduce the amount, you're raising cruises, you're paying premium dollars now for cruises.
under the plan that I proposed, I have accounted for that. Would be okay.
All right, so looks like we're moving on to our dangerous buildings discussion again.
So, you may not have had a chance to check your email, but Miller did reach out to that lady again. Was able to speak with her, so he has information on the property. And if I understand it correctly, you also have pictures, because you ran out and took pictures of the property now as well. So that puts you a little bit further ahead of where we were before.
And we have Miller.
So I'm looking at these pictures, Miller.
Yes, there are three pieces of property. There's the brown house in front, there's the greenhouse in back, and then there's a house off to the side that shows up in picture 16. The one that's in question is the greenhouse that's in back, and that shows up best in picture number 12.
Let's see, I can't. Ours aren't numbered. I had 4 pictures. Oh, pictures 2.
There should be 2 emails of 5 pictures each.
The green one, the green building?
The tallest building that has windows at the top.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the one that's allegedly the dangerous structure.
Regardless first, how dangerous it is, what is this position that what is your position on our responsibility to address this if it is dangerous?
Having gone and looked at it, I think we could find a lot of other buildings in the unorganized territory that are in much worse shape than this one. I think this is a feud between neighbors that are trying to suck the county into the middle of it.
So Michael, that statute in Miller, that statute, okay, it's our responsibility, but I didn't see a lot for criteria there.
I mean, that's part of the challenge with all these is that it, you know, and then whose position do you go by? I mean, are you happy just with Millard, or do you wanna hire somebody to go out and actually ascertain?
No, I would think that complaint, if they,
I mean, the first thing to me is the complainant, I don't have a complaint, you don't have a complaint technically, we have a third person telling us that this person's complained unless something's been forwarded to Miller. So, I mean, the first thing I would assume is that some type of official complaint signed by that person would have to be made, I would assume, but.
that's how I feel.
And then obviously the steps go from there, if you fall down through the statutes in terms of providing them with notice and hearing and, you know, testimony, and presumably the county, if you wanted to take action or immediate emergency action, then again, you'd want to have a basis for taking that approach. And then you'd fall down through the steps of the statute as well. So the reality is, I guess,
My thought might be to contact the owner of the dangerous building and see if they're even aware of the condition.
Yeah,
And that might be a simple solution if they're not aware of it.
and say we've received secondhand information that this person is complained.
It's been brought to our attention that.
Well, I suggest we buy it with TIF money, turn it into a landing.
Ideal location, yes. Because I noticed going by that the gut is completely filled. You couldn't possibly get a boat through that a day.
Be a good place for boat landing, wouldn't it? No?
Ideal, yeah.
Find out how much they want for it.
Good.
On a serious note, though, we are required to provide the same services in the UT as a municipality would have to provide, and, you know, the fact that we're not in code enforcement, and Lurk does, but they're shirking their duty, if that be the right term, it falls back to us to get it done. I don't accept the notion that if we saw something that needed to be attended to, that we can ignore that until somebody complains. But if Millard says to us, I looked at it, sure, it's a piece of junk, you know, it's gonna fall in someday, but there's a lot of worse places. And then I think that's due diligence. If we want to notify the owner that it's become an issue, and I don't know, if they're paying taxes, they gotta understand what they've got up there. But nevertheless, I'd be interested in knowing what they had to say when you told them that he was the UT director looking at dangerous buildings, and see what they had to say, but.
so just so we're clear, you're taking on Millard's opinion. And I don't know how far you went, Millard, so I don't know if you walked down into the property or how far you inspected, but.
I did not get out of the truck. It's private property. I did not infringe beyond pulling in the dooryard and taking pictures.
So how is that any more due diligence by just going by and taking a picture? Because I can start giving you guys all kinds of business if you want me to walk around the county and start taking pictures of stuff. So, I mean, to again assume that the threshold's not, well, maybe it's not, but where are you gonna draw the line? Just so that we know
So
he's going forward.
my feeling is this. Until we have a formal written complaint. And then, and maybe that needs to be communicated to the complainant, if you know, well, we now know who that is.
Yeah.
If she's
I,
willing,
I have complaint forms that I use in other municipalities. I can generate one for the UT and get it to the person that started the complaint if they want to sign something.
Create extra work for anybody. I'm just trying to understand what the threshold criteria is. For you to take action on this, what do you want? Is it simply a relay from a third party that this person's complained to them?
No. And to me, that doesn't rise to the level of a complaint.
I would just like to note the woman did call me and I referred Miller, the complaint.
And the woman called me and I referred her to the LUPC and the LUPC said they wouldn't deal with it.
So if she's called you, it might make sense for her to turn the call and say,
Well, yeah, I mean, it's certainly not gonna ignore it. I mean, that
Yeah.
would be, the next step would obviously be follow up with her or plaintiff to see what it is,
Yeah.
and if Miller has the forms, to fill it out.
yeah,
And then that reaffirms your position that you're taking action on,
yeah,
in my opinion.
yeah, I agree.
Make the form, get it to the person. Also call up the person's property.
Well, until you have a complaint.
Okay.
Well, could be starting,
Presumably, he could, I mean, you could give him that direction, because presumably all this would happen over the next 2 weeks, so that you could hopefully have
yeah,
a course of action one way or the other as to how you want to proceed by the next meeting.
yeah, I would think that if you got a written complaint, then you would call the person who owns the property and just have that conversation that you talked about. Makes sense to me. That,
And fill out the application, have the complainant fill out an application,
yeah,
or whatever, complaint
yeah,
anyway.
we have a complaint and you can show it to the,
Is the complainant a neighboring landowner?
Yes.
Yes.
In the pictures, there are 3 houses. The person that's making the complaint owns 2 of the houses that surround this greenhouse with the.
Oh, so the greenhouse is a standalone piece of property?
Yes,
You know, unfortunately for us, though, the liability standard is already set. Because if we take the position that because she didn't give us a formal complaint, some child gets up on the second floor, goes through the floor, not injured or something worse.
yeah, but he's taking.
He's taking the position
action.
right now, but he's also taking the position that he said that it's not that same. So that, to me, gets back to the third part of this is, what are you gonna use as a criteria? Who's gonna judge whether or not this is, because basically you're hanging Millard out to dry if you're saying that it's a liability rate down, because now you're saying, well, we're basing our decision on not taking any future action because Millard said it wasn't a problem. So
Oh, I'm not saying
what are
that.
you gonna use as a basis? No, but using what Commissioner Clark has stated, if it's a liability right now, how do we know what's a liability? We have somebody complaining it's a liability. So you gotta, again, who's gonna make that determination so we can alleviate that supposed liability that he's referencing? Who's gonna go out and ultimately make a determination?
to me, the only liability would be somebody would have to be trespassing on that property to have any liability to start with.
I was gonna ask, isn't it, if it was just marked as private property?
There are no signs, there are no private property signs and no trespassing signs.
You look to civil decisions as coming down from the courts.
Yeah.
Burglar can collect multi-million-dollar judgment because he got shot by the landowner while he was burglarizing his house. You know, that's not a far fetch that a trespasser could collect from the landowner or from the county for being injured while trespassing in their house. I think this is a case where we've never had to deal with this before, and it may be time for us to learn how to do this because we are required to provide all services. And I can tell you right now, this isn't the first time Millard Village has ever talked about dangerous buildings before. Maybe in the county setting, but Millard knows where to turn to talk about dangerous buildings.
But the course of action that we just talked about.
Yes, that's fine, and I think that's a good course of action, but I don't think it should stop there. I think at some point here, we really ought to figure out, as Michael said, what is the process going to be if we get this another complaint? Because
Well, even if we don't get a complaint right now, it sounds like you want to pursue it anyway, which I'm not arguing for or against, but again, just to know what you deem to be those standards, because it sounded like you were almost gonna just go on Millard's.
No.
So
I never said that.
if that's not the case, then yeah, we need to identify.
Then the question is, are we gonna wait until we get a complaint? Are we going investigating all over Hancock County looking for dangerous buildings? This could be a full-time job.
Well, I mean, I guess that's the question of liability. Where does the county's liability? Now, landowner I could get. Where does the county's liability? Because right now, it's been relayed to us. We now have the complaint information, so we even know where the property is. Until Miller had that conversation today, I don't know how much information was given to Brittany, but I didn't have any of that other information. So, at least now we have a parcel to investigate. So, arguably, what else is the county supposed to do at this point other than do its
And I think
diligence to follow up?
that's exactly what we need to work on, because somewhere between ignoring this and looking for every dangerous building in the UTs is gotta be our responsibility, reasonable responsibility. So let's figure out what that is. So, Miller,
In most municipalities, they wait for a complaint and then they investigate the complaint.
Yes. Exactly.
that's the case, that's what.
And that's what Miller's done before.
Yep.
So,
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
And so at this point too, Miller's following up on that, correct? So
Yeah.
we're waiting to see. All right, so you don't want me to be doing anything until he gets back. Okay.
all right, what's the paid medical thing to be?
So really this ties back into the budget as well, because right now we have not set aside any money for withholdings or contributions to this program. So obviously the question becomes is, are we going to be doing the 1%? And the county's just going to be establishing that fund and making those contributions to that that are then forwarded on to the appropriate entity from that? Or are you going to require us to start withholding as of January 1st for those applicable employees? The 0.5%, and then we also contribute 0.5%. But either way, we still don't have even that 0.5% in your budget right now proposed for going forward, so.
Well, if the 6% increase stands as so far, it looks like it's gonna.
But we've actually taken action.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna move to establish a main paid family and medical leave contribution premiums account. We'll do 1% of wages for 2025 to be funded by employee withholdings of 0.5%, and the remaining 0.5% of wages to be funded by the county through county taxes.
I'll second that.
Monica, I saw your hand go up.
I hadn't seen that proposed motion. So hopefully I'll get that in writing.
We'll get that
You
writing, it's in the
yours.
memo.
You'll put it in motions for today anyway. right?
Yeah, it's in.
Now, do you want specific instructions as to where that account should fall, or?
Oh, I guess it'll have to be in each department, just like FICA and Medicare.
Wouldn't have to. It wouldn't have to. I mean, it's.
Well, that's what he's doing.
It's better to.
Well,
I know.
throw me an alternative. I'm just trying to.
No, I mean, there was no discussion, and all of a sudden you made a motion.
I mean, if you
I
go,
didn't mean to,
I suppose in the spreadsheet, you could tie that back to what the total number is, but then you still would have to do it for a separate one for the jail and a separate one for the airport funds as well, because those still would be subject to.
So all I'm adding is a 0.5% though, right?
Yeah, to the actual budget, if they're expecting withholdings from employees, then we just need to now obviously
Yeah, but you're not
notify.
gonna take 0.5% from union.
No, it would have to be ultimately, we would have to go through and see what, with these changes that you're making and the proposed change of one deputy.
We gotta do something.
We would come up with that amount, basically estimated amount, like anything, I mean, it's subject to change, but take what the budgeted total dollar amount would be and apply it to any of those positions that are applicable. So the ones that are not right now, that can't be withheld, then,
To non-union positions.
but again, we would have to do that. I mean, you're gonna approve ultimately what we bring back to you anyway, but I just need to know basically the formula as to what we're gonna do. So if it's 1%, then we know we need to calculate on 1%. If it's 1/2%, then we know we need to calculate appropriate applicable employees to that 0.5%.
Do you not have any idea what 1% amounts to, what everybody, union in other words, any idea?
I have the total payroll, it's in my spreadsheet, but I don't have it.
So the one that was in the VAC this morning factored in the airport and the other one to 7 million or so, plus or minus, sound about right?
7 million in wages,
You know,
so what's it, $70,000?
so it'd be like 70,000 if you did the whole amount. If you didn't, then obviously if you did have that, it would be happy. But again, that doesn't include these changes that were made, or maybe next week too.
So we got two choices here, whether we share it or we don't.
And that does not have to be made today.
Well, he's
What we-
asking for it
No,
to be.
what we need to do today is to set up the account. So in other words, we have to set up the account and start January 1st, deducting 1% from it, or putting 1% into that account. Nothing says we can't pay the full 1% for 6 months till we figure out what we're doing and figure out who's applied to it, and then July 1st, because
You can't do that.
why not? I'm not gonna agree to this, because here we go again, giving union members a break at the time when their contracts giving them, higher percentages than we're giving the non-union people. And you got union people are gonna have to pay 0.5%, with the non-union people paying 0.5%, and the union people don't have to pay anything. No, we're still looking at that gap that we made with patrol, with not getting increases in their contribution towards insurances. So, you guys can do this if you want, take 0.5%, but I'm not gonna agree.
So you wanna increase. I mean, good God almighty, this is growing, I mean, pretty soon everybody's gonna want a county job. I mean, we, at some point, we have to say, I understand your problem, but that's not our problem, that's the legislature's problem, that's how they structured this. So Bill, your proposal would be to go pay everybody 1% until all the union contracts wash out, and then it's.
I'm not sure if we can put it off that long.
Yeah.
But I think at some point here, we should figure out what the impact is with the people that we do have on compared to what's left. And think about whether or not we want to assess non-union people 0.5%, but we're not assessing a certain number of union people. Because I'm not sure that we can start assessing the jail when the contract expires or until the new contract comes into effect. I don't know if you might.
Well, the way that I understand it is that gives you the opportunity to negotiate in a new contract.
Right,
But if you don't have a contract in effect, I mean, you can't start until that occurs, is what it indicates, but that doesn't assume that we could automatically start withholding either, because we don't have an agreement that governs one way or the other.
I know, but if there was no agreement, then you could start assessing.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, no, but there's no agreement that says that we can.
Yes, it is. The regulation says that you can't assess while a contract while they're under a union contract, but what I don't know is that, does that
Well, no,
mean-
they changed the law to indicate now that you cannot assess until the agreements are done, until the agreements have ended.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But my point is that if the agreement ended, we'll say September 30th, and we didn't approve a contract till March 1st, you could still assess the 1% between September and March. I'm not saying you could, can you? Or do you have to wait until there's either a no contract?
I mean, I think the union's gonna argue you can't, because what authority do you have to, per our union agreement, which they don't have, to withhold it?
The act, the regulation.
Yeah, you would almost have to go back and negotiate that just like you would retro pay.
Right.
And say, if
Where
you
is that? You know where that is? I can't find it.
So can I ask this question? How, I threw out this motion because we gotta make a decision one way or the other.
Well, you gotta.
Is there a
factor-
fair way to do this and get to where we have to be? Everybody in the private sector is gonna be sharing this. Okay,
Well, it depends on if they have unions that they are in the private sector, because all unions aren't just public sector.
It makes a difference how big they are too.
yeah, but I mean, 90% of the employers in Hancock County who are facing this don't have the luxury that the county has of just assessing the tax. Taxing on it, so they're gonna have to share this. So is there a fair way to go about this? I mean, I wrestled with this. And I don't,
I mean,
it just needs to be, somebody needs to be the jerk, and I guess I'm being it, but.
I don't see
So
how
the
you
fair
could.
way is to, if you were to assess a 0.5% employees, the fair way is to assess it to all. I mean, if you talk about, but now if the regulations don't give us the ability to do that day one, now how are we gonna stay fair?
That's,
And you arguably can't. I mean, it just becomes one more factor again to influence other employees to say, yeah, we've got to get a union. You've got to start negotiating.
so you're.
I'm not arguing one way, yeah, I just need to know what you want to do, but when you talk about fairness, you're not gonna have equality with this because the way the law is structured. But I'll go back and double, triple check, I can get a confirmation opinion too before the next meeting. We don't necessarily have to know today, but we do need to know by the next meeting, because that's when you're gonna hopefully give us a final budget that we can go back and pretty up and put all the numbers in and have you approved at your first meeting in December in order to be consistent. Otherwise, you'd have to do a special meeting in December to meet your December 15th deadline.
Yeah, so. Bill, you're at the county paying the whole 1%.
Right today. Let's see what.
John, where are you?
I'm for splitting it because you just gave everybody 6% raise.
I almost think you don't have a choice. It's going to be like any other state tax that happens automatically. What you're saying is you're covering that cost, but you'd have to pay it back to the employee to cover their 0.5%.
So you have
It's gonna be collected from the employees.
Well, it doesn't have to be if the county pays for the 1%. It needs to be calculated, but it doesn't necessarily have to be withheld from the employee. Otherwise, it's just that the county has the obligation to pay 1% of that total amount during each quarter or whatever it is. How it gets paid and how we collect it is, I have my understanding, up to the employer as to how they get that 1%. So if you say no employees aren't gonna see any impact on their pay whatsoever, and we're gonna raise the 1% that we have to send on to the state to be contributed as part of our obligation, then that's the deal, but.
So you're saying it's actually worse than I thought. It's, we have to collect it. We're obligated to pay the 1%.
We're obligated, we have to start collecting that as of, so whatever the payroll amount is, however we structure that some way, and then we also got, I know Paychex is aware of it, they're gonna have to work with us, and we're gonna have to work with them to how that gets structured in our payroll system. But basically, for those applicable employees, the ones that were allowed to withhold, we either need to start withholding or we need to calculate the 1% and figure out where that payment that we ultimately remit to the state is coming from.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bookkeeping nightmare if we do what I've just proposed.
So, I mean, I think we could give you better figures for the next meeting and we can try to confirm again through just doing some additional work just to understand. Because the other part of this, I don't know that right away that you're gonna be able to have the latitude to change midstream either, and then all of a sudden start charging different rates either, so.
So my motion wasn't seconded, was it?
No, I seconded it.
You did? It sounds like an absolute nightmare, and we're gonna have, just like, we're gonna have stuff getting together, meeting, I just seems to never end.
Why is it a nightmare though?
I mean, given the new paycheck payroll thing, it's just a matter of designating which employees would have that withholding, just like any other withholding, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's not like it's a huge deal. It's at work, but it's not like it's a huge deal once it's set up. So now it might have been harder with the former system, but with this system, I mean, they're aware of it. I'm sure they probably already, I mean, they provide services in other states that do this. So they probably have it built into their package anyway.
Have your peers talked about this, or what are other peers?
Then all over the place from what I've seen, but a lot of them, it's the same equity issue. So how do you treat? Ultimately, the thought is you'll get to the point where eventually everybody will be paying whatever the same percent, because you'll try to negotiate that or stand strong with negotiating that as one of your items. But again, the unions, if they're smart, which they are, they're gonna say, instead of wanting a 5% raise this year, we want a 5.5% raise. So that the net is still zero. They're still gonna get what they want, and even if it's coming out of them, they're still gonna get the other percent. Which, again, if you don't do like you do with this, and make everybody 6% and equal it out throughout the whole county, then you're still gonna have that disparity. So this uniformity is gonna be hard regardless, I think.
John, where do you want it to?
I do think you need to establish an account. I don't disagree with that. It's just a matter of working out the semantics and working out which employees.
So, I mean, like I said, you can give us 2 weeks to come back with part of with all the other adjustments, and just we can look at that and come back with a breakdown of who's applicable, who's not, and all those types of decision making, so you have a better idea of what that would look like.
Well, even with that, without knowing the impact, the only real fair way to do this is what Bill was saying.
Just rough numbers. If we impose 1/2 on the employees who are eligible, then it's gonna be, we're only gonna be taxing, we're only gonna be assessing that on like 40% of employees. We've got 25 in the jail, we have 25 in the sheriff's department, we have another 10 in RCC, that's 60 employees, we only got 100. So we're gonna be assessing a 4%, a 0.5% on just, 40% of the employees, the other 60% are gonna get off scot-free.
Well, no, one contract has not been.
It will last day one. That's why I'm suggesting that if we put this off, look at the impact and see what the employees have to say. Because it isn't just this, Joe. I mean, we're going to be increasing their contribution towards health insurance. That's going to come out of 6%. So there are other increases that they're going to realize in 25 besides this, if we assess it. And I'm not opposed to taking the 1/2. When I get all done, I think that's the way to go, is to get 1/2 from everybody. It's just that day one, it just irritates me that we're gonna take it from non-union and leave the union members whatnot.
I just didn't know how else to go about it.
Well, why don't you just set up the account that Monica's talking about, move to set that account up, and then we'll talk about whether or not we will assess 0.5% to certain people sometime at a later date.
Okay, so I'm withdrawing my motion. That's okay with you.
So just so we're clear though, the later date is basically
Next
the
meeting.
next meeting. I mean, because you will have to raise money. Now, you don't have to do that. you could set up a reserve account or something like that, but still the bottom line is you have to have money in there to cover whether we pay 1% or 0.5%.
Aren't you gonna make a motion today to set up the account? The account,
That's where he started.
Yeah.
that's, Monica wants you to make the motion to just set up the account so that they can start assessing, paying 1% January 1st, because that's the regulation. Right, Monica?
Well, but the regulation doesn't specify how the 1%, that's where you're coming in.
I know it, but all I'm saying is that, so do you need commissioner approval to set up an account? And
No, she doesn't.
In theory, no, because we're required by law. I mean, that's the requirement is that we have to withhold
okay, so we
or
don't need,
have the 1%
so the
anyway.
issue is not setting up the account, the issue is whether or not we're going to assess any or all of it to the employees.
No, we
can't-
can't, we can't assess all of it.
It's either
No, all of the, yes, all of the 1/2. You don't have to assess the half either, you can just assess 25%. What I'm saying is that if there's going to be an employee assessment, we can do that.
So I'll get together again, I'll put in your material too, so you can read it and I'll highlight it too, the different provisions of the law. And I'll try to get some clarity again from other sources too, just so that we're clear on what you can do and what you can't do. But I think there's still some fuzziness about that too.
Fuzziness amongst us,
I
or,
mean, in terms of, yeah, our understanding of what leeway you can have, like, I don't think you can change
percent.
the horse midstream, yeah, and just say 1 week we're gonna charge you this, and then next week we're gonna change to that.
That's how I read it.
I mean, that's the way I understand, because that's the way the law is written from what I understand, but like I said, I'll get that information too. We're not talking about percentages right now. But next meeting we'll have to.
Well, here's why I made that motion. Because I remember when Acadia Benefits was here, they said, you gotta make a decision whether it's 1% or you're sharing. I didn't hear that you could share it 75-25. I didn't hear that. What I heard was you either gotta pay it all or you share it half. That's what I heard, but
I mean,
but things may have changed.
0.5%, whatever, is the figure that's referred to as, whether you could assess more, I don't think so. Whether you could assess less, I don't know 100% off the top of my head. So, but I suspect.
Down the road.
Yeah, so yes,
Well, it's just 2 weeks, I mean, but, so. We'll get you that information anyway, and I'll give you the rules, and we can talk about it again.
Okay, so I'm withdrawing my motion, if that's all right.
All right.
Is that okay with John, second? Okay, so. Okay, so are we at the executive session? I'm gonna move to go in executive session as permitted by 1 MRSA section 405-6C, since premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive or bargaining position of the commission.
Second motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This is the one on the airport.
We'll have an executive session.
I'm gonna move to approve the easement just compensation / approval to present letters for parcels number 10, number 11, authorize the chair to sign.
Second motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So, just for clarification real quick, sorry. Yeah, I thought it was 11 and 12, so am I wrong?
It's 10 and 11.
So it is 10 and 11.
Well, let me double check.
At least that's what the cover letter said.
I just want to be sure. All right, parcel number 10 for that one, yeah.
Number 11.
Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you.
Got another motion here, Paul?
I do. I'm gonna move to go in executive session as permitted by 1 MRSA section 405-6C, since premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive or bargaining position of the commission, and pursuant to 1 MRSA section 405-6E, consultations between the board, commissioners, and its attorney concerning the legal rights and duties of the board.
Second the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're coming out of the executive session.
Okay, I'm gonna move to sign the option agreement with Elliott Jordan and Sons Incorporated for the purchase of a certain parcel of land located at 17 Wyman Road, Hancock, Maine, as shown on a plan entitled Plan of Division for Elliott Jordan and Son Incorporated, Wyman Lane, Hancock, Maine, Hancock County, dated July 2, 2024, and prepared by Herrick and Salisbury Incorporated. Said plan attached to the option agreement of Exhibit A, together with any buildings and improvements owned by optionor thereon, and fixtures used in connection therewith, if any, and all opportunity rights. And easements as presented, with all option payments and eventual closing payments to be paid from ARPA funds per the schedule outlined in the option agreement.
Second the motion. All right, do we have any other discussion on it? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Actually, I guess I should have asked if you had any questions before.
No, really, just to say thank you.
All right, do we have the county administrator office comments?
Just one quickly to remind you that basically based on the schedule, the public information session on the BAC budget as
Excuse me.
proposed.
We can let her go. I don't know if she understands.
Yeah,
Christie?
Christie, yeah.
Christie, thank you very much. You're free to go if you want to listen to all that. Intelligent conversation.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
So yeah, the public informational session will be scheduled, so we'll have those notices going out shortly, and basically that again will just be to present what the BAC presented or referred back to you, not necessarily anything you're doing now, what the actual BAC was. So that's scheduled for the next meeting to meet the deadline.
So basically, we have that hearing and then we can make any changes,
Yeah.
all that, and then we have it till when to?
So the 15th is a drop dead date, so 15 days before it. But if you want to do it with your first meeting in December, which is traditionally what you've done if you're ready, then that's what you'd be shooting for, is that first Tuesday in December. If not, then you'd have to just call a special meeting to have a second, or have basically just a vote on whatever that is, or votes on whatever that is.
Your comments or suggestions for future agendas? The only comment I have, I want to once again express my dismay, Michael, that not getting a heads up over the resignation of a county employee until the agenda was published.
I told you the other day.
You told me, but had I not been in your office, I wouldn't have known. I read
Well,
the agenda.
then I would have sent the email out, but so noted. But with everything else that's been going on, everything else is doing, and everything that's been going on with my personal life, I'm sorry that you didn't know that somebody who had already resigned, that I think you probably knew from somebody else anyway, was going to resign, that you were informed. And my apologies to the rest of the commissioners, because you are the other two that I did not notify. I notified you because you're the only one that's really asked for that information. The other two did not indicate a strong desire one way or the other.
That was effective.
You sent an email.
Well, if I did, thank God, but if I didn't, it wouldn't surprise me, because
Because
it's been a hell of a 2 weeks.
Michael, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying.
You're making it sound like I was
Well-
negligent, and it's really just, I mean, at the end of the day, you'll get it like everybody else would get it, but I mean, bottom line is, it doesn't change what it is.
Doesn't HR get the same
noticed at the same time?
The HR got it first before me, which is the same thing. We could have her do it if that's the way that you guys want to do it. And that doesn't require me having to go through that. But I'm just gonna say, and everybody knows, there's been a lot going on in my life the last 2 weeks on a personal basis. I'm sorry I didn't notify you officially with a memo. Bottom line. I mean, we will attempt to do that every time, but I also spent all this time last night until 9 o'clock doing up the calculations that you wanted. So I mean, pick and choose what you guys want.
Okay, I'm sorry. Forget the comment.
On that. However, we're notified.
Well, you know, the thing is though, is that Michael showed be concerned because it was a 2 week notice, as I understand it. He got it on Wednesday, effective on Friday. Is that what happened, Michael?
That's when we got it.
I know it. And how is that a 2 week notice? If we get it on a Wednesday, effective Friday, and coincidentally, it was the day after the BAC's final vote. Coincidence? Maybe.
Move to adjourn.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.